I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Vaticius.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Here.
Commissioner Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Eisner,
Here.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by our city attorney, Mr. Tom Trask. Afterwards, if we turn and please stand, and afterwards we'll turn and pledge allegiance.
Our Heavenly Father, we seek blessings on the tasks before us. Bless our efforts with clear insight, our deliberations with wisdom, and our work with clarity and accuracy, and our decisions with impartiality. We pray that our work this evening will find favor in your sight. This we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, there's a couple of administrative matters I'd like to get out of the way first. We have two items that have been deferred. Item 17, which is ordinance 2022-14, application 22-16, Palm Harbor 19 Investments, vacation of right-of-way. That's been deferred to June 14th, 2022. And agenda item 18, which is ordinance 2022-06, application 21-133, Cypress Trails preliminary plan development. That's been deferred to a date to be determined. Also, we had two requests for to be excused from meetings. One from Commissioner Carr, which was at a work session on May 3rd. We couldn't vote at that work session, so I'd like to have a motion to excuse Commissioner Carr from that meeting.
Motion to excuse. Seconded.
Any comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. The second one is from Vice Mayor Lunt, who would like to be excused from the work session on May 21st. He'll be traveling that day. If I could get a motion and a second to that.
Motion to excuse Commissioner Lunt. Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, we're going to go to special presentations this evening. City Manager.
Yeah, I'll have Tom Function introduce one of our hardworking employees is going to do it. Tom, would you introduce Mike?
Sure. Good evening, Tom Funch, Public Works Director. Mr. Mike Switz here is the assistant Tony for the last 2 years on this poster contest, and he's going to take it and run with it. So,
Thank you very much, everybody. Good evening. Congratulations to all new. My name is Michael Switz. I work with the Stormwater Division, Public Works, City of Tarpon Springs. I am standing in for Tony Manello tonight, who is at a hurricane conference. This year, Sunset Hills School, Elementary School, participated in our poster contest, the My Tarpon Springs Clean Water Stormwater Pollution Prevention. Each year moving forward, we will ask 4th and 5th grade students from each elementary school in Tarpon Springs to show their creativity and talents in a poster contest concerning pollution prevention, clean water benefits, animal and vegetation habitat impacts of stormwater runoff to our local beaches, rivers, bayous, ponds, and streams. Environmental awareness for young students is very important and will continue to be a huge part in our future and their future. Tonight, we have acknowledged 3 award-winning students that from 4th and 5th grade, Sunset Hills Elementary School, with certificates of achievement. For 3rd place, $25 gift certificate. For 2nd place, a $50 gift certificate. And for 1st place, a $100 gift certificate. We also have the contest winners' artwork displayed right up front in the foyer. And without further ado, if you will join us, Mr. Mayor, I will call out their names. First, I would like to congratulate the third place winner, fifth grade student, Kenzie White.
All right, Kenzie.
Congratulations. You wanna, if any of the parents want to turn, here we go. So you ready to take a photograph? Right.
I'd like to congratulate the second place winner, a fourth grade student, Lily Bedurick. And finally, I would like to congratulate the first place winner, Dana Paul.
All right, Dana.
And now I'd like to thank you all very much. I hope we see you next year. Thank you for your participation. And again, congratulations all.
Before you go, I've always wondered how long it takes to do these posters, because you made a lot of money tonight. And it may be a career for you if you do them quick enough. So unfortunately, we only do these once a year. So Kinsey, how long did it take you to do yours? 3 days, my goodness. Well, you better stay in school then. On that. Lily? How long? 6 hours. Well, that's better. Okay. You might have a future in this. And Dina?
It's sketching and all of it. It's just me the whole time that we had 4 days.
4 days.
And
Couple of weekends too. Okay. Well, it might be best for all of y'all to study hard and just get yourself a good profession. And this is great and terrific. And you know, for you to win these awards, it means that you've got something in your heart for this effort, for the award that was advertised, and that gets you started on what you need to do in reaching your dreams. So congratulations, all of you. And I think we're going to take more photographs out in the parents out in the lobby. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Okay, welcome. I'm also going to do a very quick presentation, something that we missed last week because we didn't have a commission meeting last week. Last week was Municipal Clerks Week nationally, and we have a proclamation here for our two city clerks. I'd like to read that and ask them to come forward, please.
Get the picture of these guys, right?
Whereas the office of municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of municipal clerk provides a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas the mayor and commissioners commend our city clerk, Irene Jacobs, and deputy city clerk, Michelle Manousis, for demonstrating outstanding service and commitment to our municipality and our community. And whereas it is most appropriate to recognize the accomplishments of the municipal clerks and extend appreciation to city clerk Irene Jacobs and deputy city clerk Michelle Manousis and office staff for the vital services they perform and their dedication to the city of Tarpon Springs. Now therefore, I, Costa S. Vaticiotis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, do hereby recognize the week of May 1st through May 7th, 2022, Municipal Clerks Week. Thank you. Would you like to say anything or?
I just would like to thank the mayor and board of commissioners for this proclamation and for your continued support always. You know, as y'all are aware, the clerk's office wears many hats. So with that being said, I'd like to especially thank my deputy city clerk, Michelle Manusis. And I feel I have a great team of staff, and I also like to thank them for everything they do. Thank you.
I also want to say that these two ladies didn't learn what they do by making posters for city commission awards. They're very good at what they did and do. They worked very hard throughout the years. They were in the clerk's office when I was city manager 25 years ago. And I'm so proud that they worked their way up through the ranks, and they provide everything that we need. The city clerk's office, the best way I can describe it is the Switzerland of Tarpon Springs. It is neutral territory. You leave all your complaints, your objections, your gossip outside, and you go in there and get what you need to get done. Actually, just to recalibrate your thinking a little bit. And for that, I've always thanked them. Even as city manager, with the other clerks that were here at that time, I would leave my office up there and go down there for a half an hour or so just to refresh myself and go back up to the challenges of the day-to-day operations of the city. So I want to thank them both, Irene and Michelle. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to public comments, including anybody that'd like to say anything about our children that won the awards and the public award or recognition of the city clerk's office. Tonight, we're going to be using the amended rules as described and being proposed in agenda item 16 for the public comments that are not on the agenda. The public will have 4 minutes. And if you need more time than that, you've got a card out on the desk in the front in the lobby that provides telephone numbers for every department head and also the business cards of the city commissioners. And please follow up with your comments with any of them. Also, during the agenda items, you'll be given 4 minutes. Plus, if you need an additional 2 minutes, those 2 will come from someone present at the meeting that will offer their time to you, and in exchange will waive their right to speak on that particular item only. They'll still be able to speak on any of the other items if they wish. Also, this evening, we're going to have remote participation by Zoom or by telephone. You'll be given 2 minutes for anyone that calls in or is on Zoom. There'll be no extension offered for that. Remote access participation. And also we have the emails being read into the record. If for whatever reason you can't make it at the commission meeting and don't want to participate via Zoom or by telephone, you can send us an email. All of those procedures are laid out in the agenda, which is on our city website. So I'd like to go for public comments of anybody that's here this evening present. Are there any public comments?
Good evening, Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. I'm going to read from Psalm 100. This is more of a joyful psalm, not one of criticism or pointing any type of fingers. Shout for the joy to the Lord, all the earth. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before him with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people, the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name, for the Lord is good and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations. And I just want to point to the part where it says the sheep of his pasture. This past week, a lot of the liturgy was about how two shepherds brought their flocks together at night, but how did they separate them? Recognize the voice of their master, their shepherd. You now are the shepherds of Tarpon Springs, and your people will hear your voice as you call. And I have to say, I think you have recognized that. By what you're doing tonight, you have heard the people say they want to have a part in what goes on, not the people who know somebody or the people who have special interests who can campaign contributions or things of that nature. It's obvious you have heard from the people, because what you're doing now and opening up the meetings to a broader perspective will make them feel that they actually have a part in what's going on. So keep your ears open so you can also hear their voices, and may God guide you in your decisions. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Is there anyone else for public comments that's present here this evening? Hearing none. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone on Zoom or by telephone? Mr. Jump? Okay, well, fortunately, this is a test this evening, so we're learning something from it. Okay.
At
Well,
this
let's
point,
move
we do
on.
not have any raised hands.
Thank you, Mr. Jump. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
We have received no emails.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And that begins with number 1, renew file number 17097-C-JJ, purchase of office and educational consumables through the Florida State contract. Number 2, increase file number 190025-C-CM, hydraulic repair parts and services. Number 3, authorize execution of interlocal agreement for SwiftMud Cooperative funding grant for comprehensive plan, surface water resource assessment update. Number 4, authorize execution of interlocal agreement for creation and funding of the Pinellas Regional Information called Prime. Number 5, extend file number 2200-11, actually 220011-N-JL, resiliency planning support services. Let's see what the others are. I believe that was it. Does any commissioner wish to pull any item?
Number 3, please.
Number 3. Any others?
I want to speak on 2 and 3 and pull 5.
You wish to speak to 2?
Speak about 2 and 3. So I guess you can pull them all, 2, 3, and 5.
Okay. All right, well, let me just pull those off, 2, 3, and 5. Okay. I'd like to have a motion, actually, are there any public comments on number 1 or 4? Okay, I'd like to have a motion on number 1 and 4.
Motion to approve. I'll second.
Okay, are there any commission comments?
Can I ask for clarification for it real quick? When we go to emails and comments online, is it for each item or is it just for public comment?
Well, let me just back up. We'll do it for each one. It'll take a little longer, but that might be the best way to do it. Mr. Jump, do we have any emails or telephonic Zoom
not.
or telephonic participation on number 1 or 4?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs, anything on 1 or 4?
No emails were received.
Okay, thank you. Are there any commission comments on 1 or 4?
So moved.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, let's back up to number 2. Increase file number 190025-C-CM hydraulic repair parts and services. Are there any public comments of anyone here this evening? Mr. Jump, are there any comments on Zoom or telephonically on item number 2?
We do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs, any emails to be read into the record on number 2?
No emails.
Okay. May I have a motion on number 2, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner comments. Mr. Eisner, Commissioner Eisner.
Well, the only comment I had is that as of our last meeting, I thought we were going to have the questions to the city manager and the responses made available to the other commissioners prior to the meeting so that we wouldn't be asking those questions. So I didn't see that, and that would be the question I would ask, because also the residents should have those answers as well.
Just the way our rules of procedure, and Mr. Trask, you can weigh in on this, is that if there's additional information that a city commissioner has and provides it to the city manager, it would be up to him to basically distribute that to the other commissioners. As far as questions, I think that would be up to him as well, as far as how to approach that. And I don't have an answer for you myself, but maybe City Manager McCourse can.
Yeah, it would be impossible with all the questions that are asked to do everyone. What I said last time was I look, if there's several commissioners asked for, if there's some that's got new information, but it would be adding to the agenda, sending out way too much. But I screen it if there's ones that with just simple questions and answers and stuff. I don't.
Well, it just makes me then have to ask the questions here again. That's,
If you get your answers from us, then, but if you're not satisfied with your answer from us, yes, you should. But most of the time we get questions are asked, we satisfy who's asking the questions.
okay.
Commissioner Eisner, I guess the question is, you feel that when you ask a question, you get an answer, that answer should be conveyed to the rest of the commission as well?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. The only question I have as far as a follow-up to that, when that's done, should that be made part of the agenda backup packet as well? Or would that be up to the city manager?
I think that would be up to the city manager unless you give him direction otherwise.
Okay.
It would be with the will of the board, obviously. The way I've done things, if the will of this board changes, this board collectively directs me, so then I would do it, so.
Okay. Generally, and I don't have an issue, I think that if it's not required to be adding to the backup, certainly those answers can be distributed to the rest of the commission. And at least that's me as one commissioner weighing in on this. I know I ask questions continuously. I get my answers, and then I also leave it up to the city manager as far as whether he feels it's relevant enough to distribute to the rest of the commission. And I'm comfortable with that. Generally, if I feel it's important during an agenda item, I'll actually bring it up and say, I had this question and this was the answer that I got, just for the benefit of those that are here this evening. So why don't we, at this particular point, go back and City Manager LaCourse, if you can have further discussions on this with Commissioner Eisner and see if we can come up with some kind of a middle ground on this thing that you're happy with. And then if we need to, we'll go ahead and update the rules of procedure to reflect that in the future. But it's been, at least from me, from my perspective, I wouldn't want to do something on the spur of the moment and then find out later that we should have modified it in a different way. So if that's okay with you, Commissioner Eisner,
It is.
proceed that way.
The reason I'm saying this is we have 5 intelligent people here that ask questions, and we should be able to get the information that other commissioners are asking. And we don't have that. We also have the sunshine law, so we can't really confer with each other. So this is a good opportunity to make sure that we're doing the right thing. That's where I'm, it's good optics as well. So
Well, let's
that's
see if
my-
we can work out a process on that, and we'll bring it back between the
no,
two of you.
I'm okay with that.
And that'll be
That's
fine with
fine.
me, if that's okay with the rest of you. So,
Mayor, this is in your,
Commissioner Kulia.
I'm actually trying to form a system with city staff where I can try to get questions sent to them by Sunday afternoon, if not Monday morning, and get those answers back within a day or so. And I actually printed out 5 copies of the questions I did ask on the items on the board in front to bring it in case someone wanted to look on why I may have or haven't asked any questions on a certain item, just so you're able to see it. And maybe if we individually printed out our answers and brought them the day of, just to have it just for us to look at, it may help. But I think it's going to be difficult for the city manager to be able to package all those answers from different items and send them to Judy to revise the packets and get them all updated. So just a suggestion, and I do have copies to distribute the questions I did ask. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we probably would need them a little more ahead of time than the evening of the meeting. Again, if that would be something that you could get with the city manager and put that angle in there as well on this thing, I think we can work something out.
And again, I can talk to everybody. The written ones are easy. The ones where we call and explain to a commissioner, that's going to be a little hard to capture. But obviously, in the written one or the written answers would be very easy to send to all you. It just might be hectic of 12, 13 times probably with yesterday and today doing this. So I'll get with everybody and see what they feel and see
Yeah,
what comes.
well, I mean, don't be shy about setting a deadline of 5 o'clock Monday and then have something out to us on Tuesday morning, basically of all the questions and answers that we
I'll just get
provided,
with all of you.
rather than piecemeal.
I'll get with all of you.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
come
there's different ways of doing this that I think we can accomplish it. For me, I just want to make sure we keep things efficient for the purpose of the meeting. Was that it on item number 2?
Yes.
Is there any other commission comments?
I'll make a quick comment. I'm good with not getting the questions. Like, we get a lot of emails already, and the amount of emails I send to the city manager will probably, I would say, annoy some of you with the amount of questions I have. So they might be rapid fire. They're not pretty. They're not in like one big email. So it's as I'm going through them basically at 11 o'clock at night over the weekend. So it could get cumbersome. It could be a lot of different emails that shoot, and it can get a little messy. So I'm not for that necessarily. I'm for you asking questions. So just maybe a suggestion. There are things that the public doesn't necessarily need to know the answer, that you asked the question, and we appreciate you doing the research. But then there might be something for the edification. So for the record, I want to ask this. It might not be the 10 questions you had, but there might be one question that you had for the record that you want to put on the the record for the TV. So that might be something you might take approach at instead of every single one of them.
Yeah. Well, can I answer that? What I would recommend is you can put into the city manager whether you'd want this to be passed on to everyone.
Oh, that's
you know, and whether you don't want it to be passed on. Of course, there's, I'm sure you do send out a lot of emails. I've read quite a few. But the bottom line is, I think that some of the questions make the other commissioners, it opens the eyes of the other commissioners of what we're asking and why. And I think that would also give just a better optics. And that's what I'm looking for, a little bit better transparency. Because otherwise, we're all asking questions. We're sitting up here and we might as well just either approve or deny each and every agenda item. And why are they here to listen? They're here to listen to us just, not ask a question. So it gives it a better optics, and that's, but you have the option to, tell the city manager whether you want to have this passed on or not.
Yeah, I do. And I think we need to just take it one step at a time, focus on the agenda items right now.
Sure.
And City Attorney Trask, go ahead.
This issue is in your rules of procedure. It needs to be, in your rules of procedure, which we're talking about tonight, specifically answers this question. And so what we need to be doing is revising that resolution if you want to address that. The last sentence in paragraph 3 under request for information says information requested by any individual commissioner of any charter officer shall be submitted to that commissioner only. But such officer may, in his or her discretion, provide copies thereof to the remainder of the Board of Commissioners. So if we're going to address that, this is the time to address it when we talk about the rules later on tonight. Because that's what your rules provide right now. It's doing what the city manager is currently doing. And that is providing it only answers to the commissioner unless he believes that it's necessary to give to the rest of the commissioners. So we need to revise that if that's the direction you want to go.
But if the city manager feels that it's important, he can pass it on without changing that. Is that correct?
That's correct. It gives
Okay.
him, either the city clerk or the city manager or myself and our discretion, the capability of providing copies to the other commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking at is not turning this into an automatic, leave that permission in there and let the city manager have some discretion and work it out with the individual commissioners. I think if it's not up to that commissioner's satisfaction, this group that we've got up here right now is going to make sure and let him know. And so I think that we'll eventually get to that point where everybody's happy, if that's acceptable to everyone. Okay. Okay. All right. No other comments on number 2? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Betty Gillis.
Yes. Okay. Did we do number 3, by the way?
Not yet.
Okay. Authorize execution of interlocal agreement SwiftMud Cooperative Funding Grant for Comprehensive Plan Surface Water Resource Assessment Update. I should ask you, City Manager, of course, whether you've got any comments on this before we go to public comment.
No.
Okay. Are there any public comments on that here? On item number 3.
Here to X 514 Ashland Avenue. Briefly on all this sharing your questions, and Mr. Trask will probably advise you later on it. If you're asking questions, that's fine, but you have to make sure you're not putting comments or opinions on how you're voting, which would influence another commissioner if they would see it, because that's the breaking of the sunshine law. So just want to bring that point up. Now, to the item at hand, you have that little picture in your backup where it shows the Clearwater Harbor, St. Joseph Sound. Also on the back of that page, if you look at the expenditures, this is a project half funded by SwiftMud. They're putting up 200,000, the county and the rest of us. If you look at it, we're the third most municipality putting the most money in, only behind the county as number 1. So that would indicate by our share of money that we have a big portion of the coastline in this watershed that is being monitored for what they call BMP with regards to nutrients and outflow. Being that this is a Swift Mud project and led by the county, one of my things that I would have asked and would pursue is why, or if not, is the Swift Mud doing a corresponding analysis in Pasco upriver of the Anclote? Because I don't care what you consider coming down the creeks to the harbors and to the shoreline, nothing compares to what's coming down the Anclote River from Pasco. The way they've developed everywhere along the river up north of our boundary, where they've put mobile home parks without septic tanks. They've put in subdivisions years ago without septic tanks. They've built right up to the river. This is where a lot of our pollution that we're going to be responsible for paying for, in a sense, as to doing these studies. And then at some point, there would be some kind of remediation model that we'd have to probably be involved with Swift Mud funding. So my question again would be, is Pasco involved? And if not, why not? Because a lot of the pollution that's coming down the river, I know we put our share in from the boat yards and such of that nature, but nothing compares what comes to us from Pasco. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. It fascinates me that Swift Mud is consistently working backwards. The reason why they gave us all that money for the desal plan is because they rubber stamp all these projects, allowing people to pave over wetlands. We wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for the way they run their agency. They get developers on the board like Mr. Armstrong. Gets that big rubber stamper out. Rubber stamps every project that comes in front of them. That's why you guys are elected, to protect our wetlands. Can't let them get away with it. They come back and try to patch everything up after they screwed it up. We wouldn't have these problems if they hadn't done all the developments that Peter was just talking about. They had been more mindful about runoff, wetlands. You got to keep this in mind for every project that comes in front of you, because the people that are supposed to be watching out for us aren't doing their job. So that falls to you. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments here present? Mr. Jump, any Zoom comments?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. And I do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, anything on number 3 by email?
No emails were received.
Thank you. Now the motion in a second, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner comments? Yes, Commissioner Eisner.
This is exactly what I just was speaking about, so I'll ask the question that I asked. I asked the question, how were these funds decided and divvied up? And after going back and forth, we finally came to understanding what the question meant. What my question was we're paying $22,000. So I wanted to know how that share became available. So eventually, Mr. Function sent me a breakdown of the budget that wasn't in the backup material. And it shows that we have 11% of the area. And that's how we're paying this funds. So if I didn't have this and you don't have this information, are we charged fair? Are we overcharged? So this is my point that I'm trying to make, that maybe we do have to change these questions and answers, because I'm satisfied now, but is everybody up here realize, or do the residents realize? People could walk away from here saying, wow, why did we pay $22,000 for that? I know why. Do they?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to share of why, if we don't open up these questions to the people and to the people on the board, we're just going to go back to, I'm going to go back to asking the questions up here and not be asking the, the city manager. So that was my point to you.
Okay. I'll respond to that in a minute. Vice Mayor Lunt, you were going to say something. Vice Mayor Lunt, yes.
Yeah, actually, what was neglected in the backup was a link and or an inclusion that actually gave you what the Prime's directive was, where it literally went and broke down by percentage, who was paying for what. So
Exactly.
I was aware of that because I went to the Prime site, but it should have been included in the backup, so you don't have to
Thank you.
take for it.
Are there any, Commissioner?
Thank you. Just real quick. So I had my first meeting on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council yesterday. That's the board you guys appointed me to. So there's 5 counties and 20+ city members on this board. And this actually came up in the conversation yesterday because of the health of the Bay back in the 70s, how it was basically dead. And then it came up, so well, what about the studies of all the other areas that feed into the Bay? Why isn't that happening? And I'm like, well, actually, we have something on our agenda tomorrow night. We're going to be approving and discussing to actually do a study with Pinellas County. So it was fitting to have that conversation, I thought. But I just wanted to, for the record, I wanted Tom to share this a little bit more. So this failed water quality for 3 years, and that's why this has to be done. And then is there some type of plan to fix the water quality? And then there's discussions about baffle boxes for stormwater too, that I just want to bring up for further discussion amongst at a later time.
Sure. Yeah, that's exactly why over here has failed the last 3 years to meet the criteria. So, but this is a portion of the city that sits in the southwest corner of the city over here that contributes to this area directly. That's from Alter 19 west, and then from about Mears Boulevard south. That section of the city is a section that's contributing to this area.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Kulia, anything?
No comments.
Okay. I think this is our second real regular session. And I think we're still on the learning curve, and I really don't want to overreact. I think we're going to have to iron out some of these things. I think there was a discussion of whether we should have more backup, fewer questions, or less backup with more questions from the commission. And I think, again, going back to item number 2 that we discussed, I think the consensus was, or at least the inclination was, to get with the city manager and express your concerns, and let's see if we can learn something from this evening and put something in place, and eventually we'll evolve to something we're very comfortable with. If we don't, then Commissioner Eisner, I agree with you. Is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other commission comments? By the way, I do also have some questions concerning the Anclo River, not tonight, Tom, but the Anclo River watershed and where the definition is. I know Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council has always been concerned with water quality of Tampa Bay, and they've always included our end of Pinellas County as part of Tampa Bay as well, with nutrient loading from fertilizers and things. That was from 25 years ago, and we used to monitor it. And I don't know what's going on, but maybe some additional information could be put together by our Public Works Director and put that on the city's website for people that are interested. If nothing else, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Item number 5, extend file number 220011-N-JL, Resiliency Planning Support Services. This is just a no-cost extension of the contract that we have in place. And this was called, Commissioner Eisner.
Well, my comment is I was at one of these meetings, and my only input I would like to share is we need much more resident participation, or the survey that we have. I know it's an extension, but the survey would be of no value if we don't have more participation. There weren't many people there, and pretty much that's it. I'd like to see more people. You can't do a survey and have very few people. It just will not work. It'll be a waste of money.
Okay. Are there any other? I'm sorry, I should have gone to public comment first. Is there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, anything by remote access?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Okay. Any other commissioners would like to say on this? Okay. My only comment is it's something that I felt strongly about, and I had issues with another commissioner before I was even in office at 5 years ago. With the comment is we need to get greater resident participation, and the comment was we can't even get anybody to come to commission meetings, much less ask their opinion. And in my comments as mayor, when I first night swearing in, if the residents are here, we need to go to them. It's our responsibility to know what the residents want, not for their responsibility to tell us what. And if we don't hear from them, we do what we want. That's not the way a council manager form of government works. So we need to reach out a little bit. I've talked to some of the people that this effort involves, and it's still a work in progress. There's also a complementary effort at the county, and it's just getting out there, and the information is out there. And we do need to provide some additional insight as to what our interests are in this effort, but that's our responsibility to do that. And I think, again, Commissioner Eisner, I think it's something that the city manager heard that tonight. I think we need to work on that, City Manager LaCourse, and it's our responsibility to reach out, knock on doors and find out why they're not coming and whether they have an interest. And we've got to figure some formula out. Again, this is brand new for this commission. All the other commissioners before this just kind of sat and waited for people to show up. So we need to get out there and beat the bushes and hear what the residents have got to say if they don't show up here. Any other commission comments on this item? Roll call, please.
We need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Okay. I think,
Did you
as
vote?
all of y'all recognize,
You didn't
everyone,
vote.
pardon me?
You didn't vote.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And as I just was going to say, everybody makes mistakes and we kind of get caught up in kind of going off cycle or off the script or whatever you want to call it. And that's why we all need to kind of stay focused on what we need to do tonight. And I'll iron a lot of these things that we bring up publicly with the city manager. And I understand our frustrations that we want to get running, but I know city government, it doesn't spin up that quick. When you put your gas pedal to the floor, it takes a while for it to get cranked up. So I appreciate everybody's comments during that consent item. Now, is there anything else I need to do?
No, sir.
Okay, let's move on to the special consent agenda. City Manager LaCourse, we have a presentation item number 6, an acceptance of the Public Art Annual Report.
Yes, Diane Woods, if you'd introduce our esteemed head of the Public Art Committee,
I would
Joan
be
Jennings.
Very happy to. I just wanted to say I was very excited to see the young people and their artwork today. It's wonderful that we're recognizing, that creative interest in children. And our Public Art Committee has been working very hard over the last year. And we've brought some beautiful artwork in various media to the city. And so as we traditionally do every year, our chair Joan Jennings is going to give you an overview of our accomplishments and plans for the future. Joan.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, city staff, and residents. I'm Joan Jennings, Chair of the Public Art Committee. Our Mary Band consists of Vice Chair Lucianne Robinson, Graham Jones, Bill Meals, David Sallow, Robert Stackhouse, and Debbie Hennessy. I'd also like to thank Trish Gregory and city staffer Marissa Smutko for their service to the committee. Works. Our starting fund balance was $232,632. I've listed all of our expenses. The main one, of course, was the purchase of the Mike Elwell Pelican sculpture and further additions to the illuminated art boxes, and I'll go through that in a second. Our expenditures for this fiscal year as of 31 March was $37,329.25, leaving a balance of $195,302.75. Our maintenance for the sculptures was $4,831. We've allocated $135,000 for our Black Heritage Project, and the illuminated art box project expansion is $16,700. So our total proposed expenditures for fiscal year 2023 is $156,531, leaving a projected balance without any further infusions of funds of $38,772. I'd just like to emphasize that these are not taxpayer money, but rather contributions from developments that are in excess of $1 million. We've gotten a lot of recognition for the illuminated art boxes, and it's unique to Tarpon Springs and highlights local and student artists. And this was an article that was an extensive article that appeared in Creative Pinellas. Our accomplishments this year were the repair and reinstallation of the Glenna Goodacre Naiad sculptures, the installation of the Pelican, the second round of local artist submissions in the illuminated art boxes, the Girl Scout water drain art, the Indiana's mural and key, Christopher Still mural, the Sisler Field mural, and the Black Heritage Project. The repair and reinstallation of the two standing Naiad sculptures was prompted by the falling over of one of the sculptures. And we re-examined the entire installation. Two standing pieces were removed and additional metal and longer supports were added in a foundry. The patina was then refinished to match the original finish and the pieces are reinstalled. Per our ordinance, the PAC maintains insurance on our artwork and it covered all the costs of the repairs. St. Petersburg artist Mike Elwell approached the PAC with the offer of his whimsical pelican sculpture. His location on the sponge docks close to the mooring of the Two Georges reflects the history of the spot, as fishermen cleaning their catch after a day of fishing attracted a lot of pelicans. At the April meeting, the PAC voted to hold a Name the Pelican contest. A second call to artists resulted in more than 100 submissions by local artists. New images were installed on existing vinyl panels by removing the decal on which the image is printed, applying a new decal, and reinstalling the vinyl panel in the box. Thank you, Mr. Funchen and the Public Works Department. We purchased additional vinyl panels to expedite the process. This was not done originally because vinyl panels were in short supply because they were used as COVID safety barriers. Our local Girl Scout troop did a wonderful job painting the stormwater drains, and a Girl Scout troop is giving us a different Girl Scout troop is giving us a proposal at the June PAC meeting. One of the jewels in our crown is the historic and cultural mural formally unveiled on June 29th, 2021. Ms. Indianos created a play bringing the characters in the mural, This Blessed Plot, This Earth to life. To best educate the public, We created a explanatory key printed on aluminum, and it's installed in close proximity to the mural in the extensively restored Cultural Heritage Center. Favorite son Christopher Still has completed his extensively researched mural in the newly renovated lobby of Advent Health North Pinellas, which should be unveiled when the hospital renovations are complete. The first phase of the Sisler Field baseball mural was well received, but we listened to the residents who indicated a desire for a mural representing softball, which is also played on the field. Monica Swartley, the original artist of the baseball mural, was again commissioned to create a softball themed mural using some eye-catching colors. That's the one on the left. And we convened a blue ribbon selection panel consisting of Tina Vukovalis, Annie Dabbs, Rodrigo Davis, Nicolette Henderson, Milton Smith, Lynn Whitelaw, and Teresa Wilkins. These individuals bring a wide spectrum of knowledge to the project. We mourn the loss of panelist Dudley Sally, who unhappily passed away in July of 2021. The PAC issued a call to artists to solicit proposals for art projects in any media for installation on city-owned property in 2 complementary locations, the Sponge Docks and the Union Academy neighborhood. All creative options were open. In late April, the selection panel finalized their selection of local St. Petersburg artist Stephen Oliver. He immediately started doing extensive research to get firsthand knowledge and significant images to incorporate into the pieces. We believe that this project will go a long way in highlighting a facet of Tarpon Springs history that has long been neglected. As these designs are being developed, we'll update the BOC on their progress. This was the sponge crawl, which was a sponge corral to be erected on city property in the Union Academy neighborhood near the CAP Center. This crawl was used by 19th century Afro-Bahamian sponge hookers. And this is a rough draft of Oliver's concept for the sponge docks to be located near the city marina. It's an arch that people can actually walk through, featuring local images of the Tarpon sponge hooking and sponging industry. That basically concludes the presentation. And I'd also like to make a sad personal note. I just learned of the death of Bruce Miller, a longtime docent and marvelous Shakespearean actor. May his memory be eternal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Ms. Woods, anything else? Okay. Let's go to public comments. Is there anyone here that would like to make a public comment? I see none. Mr. Jump, anyone on Zoom or by telephone?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand on this item. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Ms. Jacobs, any emails that we've received?
No emails.
Okay. All right. On this particular item with the presentations, because they're shown here as a special consent, we have to have a motion to accept the report in order for them to have that privilege of being in this part of the agenda. So I'd like to have a motion to accept the public art annual report.
Motion to accept.
Second, okay. Any commission comments? Yes, Commissioner Carr.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate everything you all are doing as a board. Thank you for being a chair and vice chair. City manager, I saw on the ending balance of fiscal year 2023 of 38,000. And I believe the last year we asked that the board be updated for any contributions coming in. I believe there's a, gosh, I can't remember, it's Dan's Car Wash on 19, I think is paying into it. And we have another car wash, ironically, tonight that looks like they're making a choice to pay into it as well, too. So I think it'd be beneficial to let the board know, not the BOC necessarily, but the art board know so they could start planning, because obviously, I think it was Black Heritage. How long have you been planning that? It's been like a year and a half, 2 years?
Probably closer to 2 years.
Yeah, so so they're not halted until we get the money in there and they can start planning some of these other projects in the future. I think that'd be beneficial for the
Yeah,
board.
we'll do, I think we did it about a month or maybe a month and a half ago, but we'll consistently update that as these new ones comes in. I'll get that information to them.
Okay.
Right, yeah, City Manager LaCouris did provide me with some projected funds, but this report kind of ended on 31 March. So that's why the projected funds weren't included.
Great. Okay.
What
Commi-
excuse
Anything
me, I'm
else,
sorry.
Commissioner Carr?
What we're also doing is on, for every Public Art Committee meeting, we're now updating the committee with their current budget and then any additional monies that are going to be coming in. So we'll be in
Great.
contact.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Thank
Thank you. So the Miss Indianos is a mural. It's a beautiful piece. One of the discussions, I think, when she first presented it was maybe doing it out in the outside of the Heritage or the Cultural Center, doing it on the wall somewhere, or doing some type of, and I know it moved inside. So is there an opportunity, and I guess this is a question to think about with the board, is there an opportunity to get pieces of that mural out into the public? So do we create maybe small banners to put on our light post that kind of, maybe we could do a month or a season where we, I don't know, promote it of some sort? Or is there an option to do kind of what we did with Christopher Stills is on the Chamber building? Is there an opportunity to do something similar to that to get that out into the public more so more public can actually enjoy the visual aspects of it other than it just being in the building? And I love it being inside the building. It's a perfect spot for it, but it is one of the beautiful pieces of the history of Tarpon. And it would be great to see that outside also somewhere.
Right. I also know that Miss Indianos is working on a film of the, she had the play videotaped.
Great.
And we were discussing getting a large screen TV and putting it in this cultural center where the video could be shown. And that's a good idea. We'll have to talk to Elizabeth and see what could be done about that.
Thank you. And then my last question for you is the chorale and the Union Academy. How tall is that expected to be? Do you know?
I think it's about,
It's not really in its final form. That was just the one that he presented, to the committee. Now that he's met with, the Public Art Committee, they're actually going to be bringing it to him. He's working on it right now to kind of refine the concepts after they've done the research. So we'll bring you the final form for you to see and vote on.
In the
when
Union
he's done.
Academy, where the Union Academy is, that's where that's going to be, right?
yeah.
In that area. Okay.
Yeah, we just selected him at the end of April. So this is,
Great.
we're kind of in early days.
Great.
So,
Okay. Looking forward to seeing more about it.
yeah.
Thank you.
And I have to say, he's really doing a lot of research, going out of his way. He lives in St. Pete. He comes up here a few times a week. And he's been working very closely with, we've connected him with both Annie Dabbs and Milton Smith, who were descendants of the original sponge hookers. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Thank you very much for the update.
Okay. Commissioner Carr, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, I think most of my questions were answered, thanks to Commissioner Carr. However, the installation that's going to be in the Union Academy, this is a physical installation that's going to go on that property there, I assume. I'm sort of understanding the concept, although I wasn't in the inception of it, but are the current residents of that area going to understand what a corral is and what it was used for and where they put them? Is that explanation going into this at all?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, there'll be either plaques or we were considering some multimedia alternatives, perhaps a QR code or, a website link, something that people could go to get more information about the pieces for both the crawl and the arch.
Okay, and this installation at the sponge docks is going to be where?
Do you know where the Chamber Information Office is?
Yes.
Yeah, around the city marina. Yeah, we'll go in there.
Okay. And it's just an archway that people can walk under?
Mhm.
All right, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
First, I want to thank you. This is amazing, amazing production that I really enjoy. This is not my forte, so I take my hat off to you. I
Thank you.
really enjoy this. My question is slightly different, as you'll find that most of them will be. The donations that go to the art fund are $1 million and more. Is it possible that we could change that to where it's an incremental amount? Where somebody doing a $250,000 has some funds to give in, and a 500,000 has some, a 750,000, or so on and so forth? Why is it only that we have that target is my question one. That would be a really good one that I'd like to know, because I just think there's always room again to try to keep a project under $1 million. And I think everybody should be kicking in at some point to this. Did you want to answer that, or?
Do
I mean,
you
Mayor,
have
if
a
I may?
comment on that, City Manager?
All I want to say is that was the ordinance is decided by the board. Obviously, the board could take a look at the public art ordinance and create differently.
Actually, I've got some thoughts on that, but Ms. Jennings.
Yes, at our last board meeting, there was discussion about taking a closer look at the ordinance with an eye to doing some major revisions. It's very outdated. So, you know, a lot of the things that were in place in 2007 when the Public Art Committee was created have obviously changed. And, you know, we want to have a workshop as soon as possible to, you know, take a much closer look at revising the ordinance.
Well, my second thing would be also that I believe that the Public Art Committee should be the ones making the call of what Tarpon Springs considers art, and not the people themselves that have their facility. I would like it to just remain with our committee and not with whoever's doing the building. They could think that this is a beautiful piece of art that they bring in and they place it in front of their location. And we have a Public Art Committee that says this is not what we're looking for to have here. So that's all I want to share.
Yeah, I believe for the ordinance that they have to come to the PAC for approval.
Okay.
And the last developer that did this was the Louisa sculpture in front of Icaria.
Right.
And they actually brought the artist to the Public Art Committee meeting, and with her portfolio and credentials and other examples of her work. So we thoroughly vetted that project.
Okay.
Thank you.
So tighten up the comments a little more so we can move this meeting along. Commissioner Kulia, do you have anything?
I just want to ask, will Mr. Dorset be part of anything regarding the history with this? sponging?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. And the archway looks nice, just looking to see how it comes along in the future. Thank you. Thank you all.
Welcome.
I have a couple of things. One, we've got a couple of art committee members here. The newest one, Mr. Graham Jones, if you'd like to stand up. He was reappointed. In case you don't know Mr. Jones, he's there. And Ms. Kelly, excuse me, Lucianne, Ms. Robertson. Used to be Kelly Robertson.
And Bill Meals is over here.
Oh, there he is, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for y'all. I agree with all the comments that the commission's made tonight. I think that we've kind of moved into the fast lane on public art in the committee. And I think because of that, the ordinance needs to be updated along the lines that all of you have mentioned, both the taking a little more control of the content and the types of art by the Public Art Committee, and also taking a little stronger control and maybe even eliminating the idea of businesses making their own, I forgot what the term is, but their own decision as far as providing something in lieu of actually a monetary contribution. I think Ms. Jennings had heard enough tonight to go back to the art committee and discuss that further. And I think through the city manager and Ms. Woods, hopefully we'll hear something about that in the near future.
Yeah, we have good working relationships. So, you know, things seem to run very smoothly.
Okay. That's it.
Well
All
done.
right. Is that it for commission comments? Motion. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Item number 7, presentation acceptance of fiscal year 2021 external audit. City Manager Corus.
Yes, Mr. Ron Herring, our finance director, will come forward and introduce our auditor.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. Ron Herring, Finance Director. Tonight, we have the presentation of the city's external independent financial audit. State Statute 218.39 requires local governments to have an annual financial audit performed by an independent certified public accountant within 9 months of the end of the fiscal year. The city's audit can be found on the city's website. And I just want to thank the staff of the finance department. They do a great job with the work. I'm very fortunate to have them. The firm of Malden Jenkins was retained to perform the city audit. And tonight we have Daniel Anderson, Director with Malden Jenkins, to present the city audit. With that, I'll give you Daniel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you, Ron. As he mentioned, my name is Daniel Anderson. I'm a director with Malden Jenkins, and I had responsibility for the city's 2021 fiscal year end audit. There should have been 2 items included in your agenda packet. One would be the annual comprehensive financial report itself, which Ron just mentioned. The second is a separate document called the Auditor's Discussion and Analysis. This is a document that we issue to go over our required communications and then also just to give some additional information to the Board of Commissioners. I'll have a brief presentation for you this evening, and I'm really just going to hit some of the highlights within that Auditor's Discussion and Analysis. At any point, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me, or I'll be able to take any questions that you have at the end. As I do see a few new faces from last year, this is Malden & Jenkins' second year performing the audit. Some brief information about us. We are a large regional audit organization with 12 offices throughout the Southeast. Your audit was performed from our Bradenton, Florida location. Our governmental niche is the firm's largest niche, serving approximately 600 governmental entities across the Southeast. This includes 140 entities who seek and receive the GFOA Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting, such as the city of Tarpon Springs here. The main reason we perform an audit is to give an opinion on the fairness of the presentation of your financial statements, and I'm happy to report that we have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest form of assurance that we can render. Therefore, in our opinion, the financial statements are free of material misstatement for the 2021 fiscal year. Some brief information about the ACFR, or the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. That acronym did change, so if you're used to those words being jumbled around, there was a new GASB standard that changed that. That took effect this year. If you are new to it, it is a very large document. If you have 15 minutes and just really want to get into, okay, what's this really telling me? I would direct you to the management's discussion and analysis section. That gives you some financial information for the current year as compared to the prior year as well. And then it also gives a lot of explanations as to what really happened during the fiscal year. Additionally, in addition to the audit opinion, there are 3 reports that you'll note in the back of the financial statement document. One we refer to as the Yellow Book Report, which is our report of the testing that we performed on the city's internal control and compliance over laws, rules, and regulations in accordance with governmental auditing standards. This is a negative assurance report, so we don't provide an opinion. We'll just identify something if there was something identified in performance of the audit, and we're happy to report that there were no findings or recommendations that you'll note within this report. Additionally, the Auditor General's Office requires us to issue an independent auditor's management letter with respects to additional rules and regulations of the Auditor General. There are no issues that we've identified in this report. And then lastly is a report titled the Independent Accountant's Report. And this is an examination that we performed over the city's compliance with the investment of public funds. And again, within this report, there were no issues identified. Going through some of the other required communications that we have, ultimately, any management's judgments, the financial statements and the disclosures themselves are responsibility of management. We encountered no difficulties with management in performing our audit. And in fact, I'd like to commend Ron and Michelle and their team. They're very attentive to the audit process. They're very diligent in getting us the information whenever we agree upon us getting the information from them. And then they're very quick to respond to any questions or comments that we have throughout the audit process. So they're certainly a pleasure to work with. And I do want to just pass that along to you. There were no audit adjustments from the initial trial balances provided to us, which again is a very good thing with municipalities. There are no uncorrected misstatements where we suggested an audit adjustment to be made and management passed on that entry to be made. We had no disagreements with management over the application of any significant accounting policies or procedures. At the conclusion of the audit, we obtained written representations from management over the accuracy of the information provided to us. We're not aware of management's consultations with any other accountants. There were no significant issues identified that we feel to be bring to your attention. And Malden Jenkins is independent with respect to the city of Tarpon Springs. The last several pages of the auditor's discussion and analysis really just goes through some upcoming GASB pronouncements and how they may impact the city. The biggest one that we've already started talking to Ron and his team about will be effect for the 2022 fiscal year end, and that's in regards to how we account for leases. So we're working with him on that to make sure that the city's implementing, the new lease standard properly for the 2022 fiscal year end. That's the end of the presentation I have. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to serve as the city's auditors, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
I'd like to actually thank you because that was the best outside auditor's report I've heard forever and certainly the fastest. So thanks for doing that. Let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments here from anyone here tonight?
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. This is probably the best time and place for these comments. I've mentioned it to you many times before that you got to keep an eye on the legal team that the city has hired. And in the case of Clay Colson, recently had a hearing. For some reason, now they knew that there was going to be the Morgan Group and the city attending this hearing. But for some reason, they both brought court reporters. It's like $100, man. Now, that might not seem like a lot of money, but how many times is this happening? All they had to do was coordinate with the Morgan Group to save the city $100. How many times is this happening? Not to mention, Mr. Colson showed me, he's got these really nice binders that they sent him, multiple copies of. Now, who's paying for that?
Mr. Rabowski, I'm going to allow a very liberal interpretation of what you're saying in that somehow it's tied to the external audit of the way the city does
It
business.
just
that
is
correct?
something that needs to be audited.
Okay.
And I mean, those binders, sure, they're nice, but he doesn't need more than one. Who's paying for that? Are we paying for that? I mean, I'm happy to hear that the Morgan Group's blowing money on their attorneys and all those extra fees, but the city and the city residents should not have to pay for these kind of mistakes. This stuff adds up. And if this auditor didn't catch anything like that, maybe our internal auditor can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That would be more of the internal auditor's role on that. But thank you, Mr. Rabowski. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any Zoom or telephonic comments?
We do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, any emails to be read out? Okay. We have a motion to accept the fiscal year 2021 external audit.
Motion to accept.
Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any commission comments?
I just want to say that I think it was an excellent presentation by the auditor. I wish I'd been privy to some of the backup material that you mentioned, and perhaps I will be, but thank you.
Yeah, actually, these audits are, they're very comprehensive and there's a lot of data and we don't even hit the tip of the iceberg on these things. So it's actually the reading you do afterwards and it's challenging, but Ron Herring is available as well whenever you want to explain things for you. But is that all the commissioner comments we have? Do we have anybody else? Is that it? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, we're going to go to item number 8, presentation and acceptance of internal audit on fire department. Mr. Poulos. Mr. Poulos is our internal auditor. He works directly for the city commission, and he'll be reporting on this item. And you want to go ahead with that? Thank you, Mr. Poulos.
Mayor? Do we have time with it being a 7:30 public hearing PM?
We've got time. Okay.
I'll try to be brief, commissioners. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, and I'm sure you're probably tired of hearing this, but congratulations to all the new commissioners. It's been a while since I've been up here, so I wanted to congratulate you. Good evening. I'll be as brief as I can. How I usually do presentations, I usually don't do formal presentations with audits. I put the audit on the agenda, give you opportunity to review it. And I just kind of go over the highlights, the findings at a high level. And it's been my experience that if you want to get into the details and you'll ask me questions and we'll have a discussion, and then we'll get to more of a granular level through the question and answer and discussion process. So that's how I like to do it. If you know a different way, or you want me to do a formal presentation going forward, just let me know. I'm open to suggestions. Before I do that, though, however, this is, I want to say a few things, because this is kind of a unique audit in terms of its findings. I do want to say first off that usually internal audits are pretty boring. They're pretty, prosaic. They're not, very, very sexy, the audit findings, for lack of a better word. So I want it to be known that this is probably the exception, not the rule. And at least I hope it is. Second thing is, contrary to what some people think, findings like this and some of the things that I say in the audit report, although accurate, maybe rub some people the wrong way, but obviously it's my job, and it's probably as hard for the auditor to issue these types of findings as it is for the auditee. So I don't take any pleasure in it. It's a duty I'd rather not be mine, but unfortunately that's what it is. That's what the job is. So I want to kind of put that out there. It's just as awkward for me to accuse people of receiving compensation that they shouldn't be receiving as it is for the auditee. Lastly, before I get started, I want to make it clear, because I know some people will read a report, some people won't, and I've heard some people say that I'm bashing the fire department. That's not the case. In fact, to the contrary, as you know, I issue balanced reports, so I'll tell you the good with the bad, because I think that helps a board like this make decisions. And this audit report doesn't speak to the operational readiness or operations at all. Anything negative in terms of readiness or the effectiveness or the efficiency of the fire department. This audit, the findings rather, focus solely on executive compensation and the issues therein. So if there's a theme for this audit, it would be that the executive staff are receiving union benefits and they're not union members, which is just not allowed. If anyone here has ever worked for a union or knows anything about unions, that's not allowed. The only people who receive union benefits are dues paying union members, period. So let me give you a little background about the fire department, how it kind of works, not from an operational perspective, but from an employee perspective. There's basically two classes of employees at the fire department. There's the union employees and the non-union employees. The union employees are governed by, I just call it the union contract, but it's the collective bargaining agreement, which is done about every 3 years. That makes up about 33 rank and file employees. Those are the firemen, paramedics, and such. Then there's two administrative employees who are not in the union, and then there's 7, what I just group them together and just call me executive staff. That's district chief and above. They are not in the union because they're management, and they don't, obviously they don't pay union dues. So you kind of have to have that background to understand the findings going forward. And in the union contract, there's several what I call pay additives. Some people call them allowances. I call them pay additives. So those words are interchangeable. I think there's 4 allowances or pay additives. One of them has been suspended. One of them I don't think anyone's partaken in. But there's 2 that were problematic, and that's the fire officer 1 allowance and the fire inspector allowance. The fire officer 1 allowance is you receive $40 a month if you have the fire officer certification and you maintain it, if you're in the union. The fire inspector allowance is another $40, and it's performance-based. You have to do as per the union contract for union members only, and I'll keep saying that so everybody understands that, because there is a difference between union employees and non-union employees. But the fire inspector allowance, you have to do 120 fire inspections per year, so roughly 10 a month, on your own time, and you get $40 a month for that. So I'll just go through real quickly the findings. And findings are kind of written, just so you know, they're statements of conditions. So they're written, they're a little blunt. It's kind of just, it's a statement. It's not a question. It's not, they shouldn't be, they should be clear and unambiguous. And also, I do want to say there are certain findings when I'm doing an audit that I'm not flexible with, and those have to do with compensation, because that's serious business when we're talking about tax dollars going from the taxpayer into someone's pocket. I'm not talking about overpaying for something or non-compliance with something. I'm talking about people becoming unjustly enriched. So I want that to be known. So the first finding is the department and the city are operating outside the terms of the fire chief's employment contract. The fire chief has an employment contract that was signed in 2017 when he was appointed as the fire chief. The contract is clear, it's unambiguous, it lists his compensation. It says nothing about pay additives, especially union-based pay additives, yet he's been receiving them. For how long? I know he's been receiving them since probably 2008 is the last personnel action form that I saw. But as soon as he became the fire chief, all that should have stopped immediately. I don't get paid $1 more than what my contract says, and nor should I, or nor should any contractual employee. And that one, it's pretty self-explanatory, that one. If your contract says you make X, you get X. That's it. Number 2, and there's 5 findings, and the 4th finding has 3 sub-findings. I'll go through them quickly. The department has provided union-based pay additives to non-union executive staff through the use of questionable practices. What I mean by questionable practices is the use of PA forms, or the PA form process, which stands for personnel action forms. So the best way to describe it is to give you an example. If I was the director and I wanted to give Joe Smith a 5% raise, I would fill out a personal action form, so a PA form, and it would go to HR. HR would review it, sign off on it. So there's a control there because HR is signing off on it. And then it would go to the city manager, and that would be a control as well because he has to sign off on it, which should be the ultimate control because he's the chief executive for the city. And then it goes ultimately to finance for processing. So there's another control there. So I would say probably for every PA, I don't know, maybe half a dozen people are probably actually touching PA forms, and the controls are in place. So there shouldn't be no bogus or questionable PA form should be making its way from a director of a department all the way to finance to someone's pocket. Shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be happening. And when I say questionable, the PA forms that I found that were used as justification for these pay additives for the executive staff, they ranged anywhere from 5 to 14 years old. They were confusing. They used actual union language, cut and paste straight from the union contract, article and everything. I think it was Article 12, subsection 3, directly from the union contract into the PA form. Some of the pay additives, well, I think all of them are really, in this case, for the executive staff are unnecessary because for example, the fire officer certificate allowance is a job requirement for, I believe, all of the executive staff. So why we're paying someone for a job requirement is beyond me. It would be akin to paying me extra because I'm a certified internal auditor. That's part of my job. That's wrapped up into my compensation package. I don't get paid extra for having or maintaining a certification. I have to have it for my job. Just like the executive staff needs to have, at least at the fire department, at least the fire officer 1 certification. There's also some compliance issues that I'll talk about in number 4. Or basically, if to wrap your mind around it, they're basically, the executive staff is using the union contract as justification to give themselves pay additives and the PA process as the vehicle to do it. So to kind of give you an understanding of how it works. The third finding is the department has exceeded the union contract annual limit for pay additives for fiscal year 2021. The union contract has a $12,000 limit for all pay additives altogether, $12,000. It's a hard ceiling. What they do at the fire department is they have a spreadsheet, which is fine. They keep track of it, but they separate out the executives that are getting the union benefits from the rank and file union employees who are receiving these pay additives. So it gives the appearance that they're under the $12,000 cap, but all of those funds are coming from the same account. So they can't be separated from a compliance standpoint. So they're over the $12,000 union limit. In fact, the accounts even have the prefix for both the fire officer certification and the fire inspector allowance. The prefix in the accounting code is IAFF/fire officer, IAFF/fire inspector, which stands for International Association of Firefighters. So it's kind of a little, it's kind of like a little accounting trick. To the untrained eye, it looks like, oh, no, we're under the 12,000. But when you start peeling back the layers, you realize, no, they're not. All these are coming from the same fund, so they have to be treated the same. Finding number 4A, 4B, and 4C, I combined them all because they all stem from the fire inspector certificate allowance. That's the one, the aforementioned one that requires 120 fire inspections to be done annually. And this is the one that kind of piqued my interest. 4A says 3 out of the 8 employees receiving the fire inspector allowance do not even appear on the fire inspection report, but still receive the allowance. Basically, I'm looking at payroll data and I see the fire chief and his executive staff are, several of them were receiving this allowance. And I asked them for the fire report and they gave it to me because I assumed you have to, someone's got to keep, track of, the inspections. So I get that and I noticed 3 of the employees aren't even on the report. Not that they didn't do the 120 or come anywhere near doing the 120 inspections. They weren't even on the report at all. So I thought, well, how in God's name would finance even know how to pay people if they're not even on the report? And that's kind of what started all this. And then I started, reviewing the personnel files and I realized, because I had no idea at the time, excuse me, I had no idea at the time that they were using the PA form process to get the pay additives. I really wasn't clear on how they were doing it. I had no idea. So 3 of the 8, like I said, aren't even on the report. So these are basically pay additives that are just on cruise control, which are in effect pay raises, which they shouldn't be getting to begin with because they're not union employees. And to add insult to injury, they're not even doing the work. 4B, only 2 out of the 8 employees who received the fire inspector certificate allowance actually completed the required 120 annual fire inspections as per the fire inspection report. And these were rank and file union members, the ones that actually did the work. Only 2 of them though. 4C, in total, only 51% of the required fire inspections were completed for the fire and certificate allowance. Obviously, that's not good. Half is just not, that's not good for anything. Okay, and then one more, that'd be number 5. And that wasn't number 5 wasn't that big of a deal. It was that what's presented in the budget, the FY21 budget, fiscal year 21 budget says that 425 inspections were completed in fiscal year 20. However, wasn't anywhere. Oh, but we paid for 600 of them because 5 people participated in the program. And they should have done 120, so 600 inspections should have been done. So there's a discrepancy basically between what was budgeted or what's in the budget document and the actual numbers. Now, the city, obviously I gave the city an opportunity to respond, and I gotta admit, it's the first time in my career that I got a response back from 4 people, and that would be the city manager, the HR director, the fire chief, of course, he was the auditee, and HR director, finance director, and the city manager. So all 4 of them signed it. Their main focus, or not, I shouldn't say focus, the rationale for these pay additives that are given to executive staff focus around, as they say, tradition, which honestly, and I don't know how to say this politely, but it's one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. I've never seen anyone get paid based on tradition. Tradition is, that's when the city pays to have a float in the Christmas parade. We don't pay people on tradition. No organization does that. It's frankly, it's absurd. And if that's the case, I'd love to get in on that and create my own tradition and get paid extra. So they also complained about the tone of the audit. And like I said, I've been doing this for a while, and usually an auditee, when they don't like an audit or the findings rather, they do one of 3 things. I call it the acronyms ATC. They either question the accuracy, the tone, or the auditor's credibility. In this case, obviously the audit was accurate. If it wasn't, I would have changed it. They questioned the tone of the audit. They haven't questioned my credibility yet, but we'll see if that ever happens. So I knew it would be one of those, and obviously in this case it was tone. I did everything I could to not use certain words. I tried to tone it down. Frankly, the city management and the fire chief and the executive staff aren't victims here. If they don't like the tone, so be it. But they're not going to play the victim card with me. That doesn't wash with me. The real victims here are the union employees who are paying for union benefits through their dues every month to the tune of around $80 a month. They pay for those benefits, and the fire chief and his executive staff are getting a free ride. Also, I was talking to someone who was in a union and the other day about this, and they mentioned to me, which I hadn't even thought of. They said, well, what about the union bosses? I said, well, what do you mean? They said, are they okay with this? I said, well, I don't know. I didn't talk to the union bosses. And they said, well, they're representing them for free. And I thought about it. And I said, well, you're right. That means 7 people are being represented for free by the union bosses if they're able to get these pay additives that are directly related to the union contract. And I thought, well, that's odd because I don't know anyone that works for free, especially a union boss. So this has I think some major effects. It's not so much the dollar amount, it's the principle of the matter. And I don't think it's fair to the hardworking rank and file union employees. I don't think it's fair to the people of Tarpon Springs. In my professional opinion and my personal opinion, I think this sort of behavior needs to stop. And the city management has admitted that this has been going on for 30 years. I don't know if it's been going on that long. I didn't go back that far, but I don't think that really helps their case. I think that makes it look worse. I mean, 30 years, all those PA forms and nobody hit the stop button. Nobody in the city hit the stop button. That's amazing to me. That really is. That's just either everyone thinks it's a joke, everyone's in on it, or it's gross incompetence. It's one of those things. I can't explain it. But for this to go on, especially when the fire chief just signed a contract a few years ago, at that point, someone's putting this into the Navline accounting system. At that point, somebody should have said, hey, wait a minute. Wait, his contract says X. Why am I putting in X plus this plus this? That's not what the contract says. So it's really, I think it begs some larger questions here. The good thing is, though, the silver lining is, as per my risk assessment that I presented about 8 or 9 months ago, I'm doing an audit of the HR department. And so I'm going to get to the bottom of a lot of these things, and I'll be looking at the PA process and some other pay additives for non-union employees as well. So the silver lining is it's kind of helps steer the HR audit. So that's a good thing. And also the in their response, it was a pretty lengthy response. They're claiming they want to create a policy to make this okay, which I obviously I don't make the decision. No one elected me. You all are the elected officials, and you make that decision. But I don't think creating a policies aren't get out of jail free cards or, oh, we made a mistake, so we'll just create a policy. I think that sends a bad message to other employees and other directors in the city. So that's kind of my stand on it. If you have any questions, another thing too, if the fire chief and his executive staff want to make more money, that's fine. I don't know anyone that doesn't want to make more money, but there's the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it. I don't care what they make. That's not my job. But when things aren't done correctly, then it becomes my job. For instance, I'd like to make more money, but I'll do it the right way. I'll come before the board, I'll put it on the agenda, and I'll say I want X amount of dollars more. It's as simple as that. It's yes or no. So if it's truly a question of compensation, it's easily done. The city manager can give his executive staff raises, or the chief, in his case, because he's a contractual employee, and simply come before the board and have his contract renegotiated. There's no need to do this cloak and dagger, PA forms here and there. And I mean, it's an absolute mess. And what really bothers me is that the controls are in place. You need 2 signatures, plus it goes through the finance department. So like I said earlier, half a dozen people at least are touching these, and no one says anything. Nobody. That boggles my mind. It's almost impossible. So that's the audit, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Poulos. What we have to do now is I'm going to ask the city manager if he's got any comments that he'd like to make, and then we have to go to public comments.
Sure.
Well, I'll just put it like this. We stand by the answer that we gave to the audit. It's written, and we stand by. There's no sense in me going point by point. And we've talked, Bill and I've talked, we have a very profound disagreement on this issue, but we put that aside. That, with no problem, we'll have no problem working with the audit. That we'll just put it aside. I don't call it tradition. It was past practice. The two mistakes, evidently, on my part, Obviously, it wasn't that put in the contract, which it should have been. That was a mistake made in 2017 when the contract was done. You know, next meeting, I know I had in here, we talked about tonight, but next meeting, I'll have a fix for that, because the intention was when he moved for chief and when Chief Young moved for chief and everybody else, that they would keep, you know, the benefits they had. So that's true. That'll be brought back to you next meeting with that addendum, a simple one-line addendum to that, and we can move with that. We do have to fix the other employees, and that can be fixed by a policy that I put a copy of it in there to you to document that. I'm sure this is documented somewhere in probably the 80s we've gone back to, and documents found from the 80s. It may even go further, but this was a past practice that was done, and the purpose of the audit is to find things like that. If we can't show documentation for it, then we fix it. And I think it's an easy fix, and that's what I plan to do with it. And you know, I won't get into the debate of where we disagree and don't, but we'll stand by the report we put there. And as you see, there'll be a couple of documents coming forward. One, you know, my job is a policy to place in a policy. So there is a policy to go by of what's been operated on for at least 20 years that we can show. And then I'll fix that mistake that was made for the contract. And there's some other things in there. And to get to the good lining of this is we do need to look at a lot, and we've already begun looking at a lot of things that maybe we've been doing for a long time, but can't find the documentation for. We need to do that, and everything needs to be documented. And, you know, the records going back 20 years or so are not good. So we need to do our own besides the audit that Billy's doing. We've already begun with departments after this audit, which is again, a positive, to look back and see where are some others that we may need to do that we can't find the documentation for. And then we need to make a correction so it's done. So besides the two things I mentioned, there's some other things on accountability and some more reporting that was in the audit that we put in the reply that we're going to do. So I think we can get all that together and satisfy these and move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. We go to public comments. Anyone have public comments?
Produce 901 Bayshore Drive. I'm a little bit nervous right now. I don't know what he's drinking in that bottle. It may be vodka, because when Ken Ennis was here and the union, this was a procedure. When the city manager from South Carolina, I forgot his name right now, was here, who left us, God rest his soul, he's no longer with us. He talked about this, and it was documented, Mr. City Manager. And when he mentioned the last 30 years, I was in that 30-year realm. And it was all right with the fire department and the union then. And when you speak about our finance department, walk lightly, because we have one of the best finance departments in the state of Florida, and we have awards to prove it, and he would have caught it if it wasn't right. And I don't like the atmosphere this has put over our fire department. Our chief isn't going to try to get something that's not his, nor are the men. And I know that this has been going on through the years with the union. He should sit down with the union men and read the history of how they've worked with Tarpon Springs, and you'll see that they've done nothing wrong, as far as I know. And as far as I know from my term, all those years as commissioner and mayor, it was always above board.
Thank you.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. First of all, thank you, sir. Thank you for doing your job. You say that what you do is a thankless job. Let me change that right here and now. This is what I'm talking about. You got to get them at the attorney. This tradition of turning a blind eye to what the law firm's doing. Commissioner Larson caught them many times with their hand in the cookie jar, many times. And he asked, isn't there a process for reviewing this? And the city manager said, yes, there is. Really? Then why did Jeff have to ask you that, Mark? You weren't catching it, he caught it. So you're going to find a lot of traditions, I suspect, in this city that have been going on that are incorrect. And we need to call for the resignation of our current city manager. You know, I supported you, man. I wanted you to have the job that you have now. Fought for you. And in the beginning, you did such a great job, man. I don't know what happened, what's going on. I always wondered what goes on behind the scenes. And now we know. It ain't right, man. Just do the right thing and walk away. Give them some time to find somebody. I don't blame the firefighters for any of this. This is management. Hell, if the city manager says it's okay, it must be okay. Of course, they're going to take the money. They don't realize what he explained. You did. It's your job, man. I'm just so disappointed. I can't even believe it. This has got to change. You got to put a stop to this. Do the right thing and just walk away. Otherwise, they're going to have to take you down. I mean, that's your choice. They can't allow you to keep doing this job that badly. We can't have that. Not anymore, man. It's just such a shame. Anyway, you're going to find more stuff. I mean, just like I said, $100 in it. All they had to do was coordinate with the other legal team and say, hey, which of us is going to bring the court reporter, man? Oh, and did you guys send one of those binders, expensive looking things, to that guy Colson? Or should we just keep sending them, billing somebody for it? I mean, what? This is all our money in this town, man. Prices are going up. Cost of getting the trash, cost of the water, cost of gas. We can't afford to have all this money stolen. You guys got to do the right thing. You got to make some major changes around here. But don't make it difficult, man. Please. The city has seen enough. Just can't keep wasting money like this. This can't stand. And Vice Mayor, a couple meetings ago, you said, I don't want to be that guy, because you pointed out all kinds of flaws in the backup. Be that guy. That's why you got elected. That's what we need. Somebody catching all of the problems going on behind the scenes. Somebody's got to dot some I's and cross some T's around here. That's what we've been needing. That's what's been lacking. And that's why this board has changed. And now this board has to make some major change. This has to happen. This can't continue. Once again, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Yes, please.
Elias Garniku Skatagi, live on 1482 Hillview Lane. Just want to thank the commissioner and auditor and everyone involved for extremely entertaining meeting today, because of the different philosophies and in terms of like the meta understanding of the municipality and what the responsibilities are and how things work. It's very interesting. And I do think the auditor has a point in that we can't just change codes after the fact to like make up for something, because that can enable certain bad actors to like feel like they can do what they want and it'll all be cleaned up afterwards. And I don't think that, I wouldn't say that the money is stolen. I would say that this is like a technicality of the nature of like organizations that are layered on top of each other when it comes to the union and the municipality. I think it's a very interesting question. It's pretty fair. It's a fair discussion. Something should be done to like codify the nature of the relationship that the firefighters union has with the city. But it's good that we're having this talk, even if it's about a amount of money that's quite negligible. Everything matters, and it's always worth reevaluating how we look at how people are compensated. My big question is, how many pensions will the city manager get when he retires?
Thank you.
Okay, Peter Lux, 514 Ashland Avenue. During my time on the board, one of my things was to have our own internal auditor. Ellen had it so we had individual external auditors come in to look at departments. But now we see the value of having our own internal auditor, and thank you for being factual and truthful. Now, I'm not going to put blame on anybody as far as they did it purposely or unknowingly. I know Ron, I'm sure he gets all kinds of requests, things to sign, process. So it's been going on a while. Maybe it's just, that's part of the process. But I believe this is also, as it was pointed out, sometimes during the last year, during the elections, there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that. And yes, the slams have already started. What are you drinking, vodka? No. He's drinking pure water and giving us the pure truth. So how do we go about doing this? We don't go about changing policies to reward what has occurred. I'm not sure if you have to go back. That's be up to the attorney to find out what type of process you would go. Do you go back and recover funds, or do you just say it's a wash and you make sure everything's cleaned up? But this isn't the only department that has had issues over the years that have been neglected. Just before I left in 2010, there was an issue in the Cultural Affairs Department where somebody took an unauthorized trip to Australia. And they claimed it as work time, but it was vacation and to work on someone's personal book. And that person who authorized it only got verbal reprimand. And yet the person who revealed it to me is now dead. And you know what I'm talking about, Mark. So keep looking. There's more to find. Be strong in telling the truth. And the truth can set you free if you do the right thing when you learn it.
Thank you. Are there any public comments from anyone else here in attendance?
Mr. Mayor, may I say one thing?
I've got to go to
Okay.
comments. Mr. Jump, any comments from Zoom or telephonic?
We do not have anyone attending via Zoom at this point.
Say that again, please.
There's no one attending by Zoom.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jacobs?
No emails.
Okay. let's go to Mr. Poulos.
Yeah, just real quick. I think there may have been a misunderstanding. I wasn't blaming Ron or anyone in the finance department. If in fact, the finance department is the least culpable in all this because I was just trying to explain how the process works. They're the last line. They just simply process what's given to them. There's 2 signatures on the PA forms before it gets to them. That's the point I was trying to make. It was more an example than anything else. I think Ron's a great finance director, and he's actually one of my favorite people here, to be honest with you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Poulos. Okay, let's go to a motion to accept the findings and a second, please.
Motion to accept the findings.
I'll
presentation.
Second, okay. Let's go to commission comments. I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Lunt and just go down the row by seniority.
Well, needless to say, I was, excuse me, not all pleasantly surprised when I saw this. I want to say a couple of things about your report. It's thorough. I appreciate your thoroughness. I'm not quite sure I appreciated some of your vernacular and tone. I expect you to be thorough and impartial. Some of that impartialness was not there. Having said that, you did your job. You might want to tone down the rhetoric some at further times, but I'm happy to see the thoroughness that you presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this one short. At the end of the day, I don't think this was malicious or intentional. But Billy, I really appreciate the report and the details that you provided. There's a substantial amount of pages that you put in there and a lot of time. So I think it's important what you did. I do value what you did. Keeping it short, city manager has his issues been rectified or addressed since he's been brought to your attention? Has payments stopped or have they continued since this was brought to your attention?
No, the payments continued.
The payments continued? Okay. So that's not good, in my opinion. I do want to say the mayor sent out a memorandum, and I think it was really, I agree with it completely. He had a lot of great points in there, and it's in the backup as well too, so the public could read all that information. Billy, what's the next step? I'm assuming you're going to do a follow-up, and then there's going to be to see if the controls were put into place to prevent this type of information from happening again, right?
Yes and no. It's really, I mean, it really comes down to what the board wants to do. If the board wants to entertain a policy, that's the board's discretion. I know where I stand on it. I think it's just, I don't agree with it, but like I said, no one elected me. You all have to make a decision.
Sure.
If you go down that road and you want to entertain a policy, then I'll wait for that. I haven't seen a draft policy. I've heard a lot of chatter about one, but I haven't seen one. So it's really, my next move is based on what the board decides here this evening, whether you want to stop this today or you want to entertain a policy going forward.
So, and I'll touch on it real quick. I've been through a lot of audits myself, and being a publicly traded company, we have to go through a lot of audits. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, and it's not always fun to get the different reports that come to upper management. But we do have to figure out the policy. We have to figure out what the next steps are and how to address it. At the end of the day, do I think it was malicious? I said, no, I don't think it's malicious. Do I think it was intentional? Not necessarily. It's a practice that happened for many years, but that's not the reason to say it's been done for this. We've always done it this way. Doesn't mean that we actually continue to do it this way. Do we figure it out and say, do they earn these dollars? Should they be paid it? If the answer is yes, we need to pay them. And we need to codify it. We need to put in a policy, and we need to put in procedures. If the procedures are lost, if they've been misplaced or something along those lines, now's the time to fix it. So with that, I'm just saying tighten the ship and let's fix it and let's move forward. And that's really the gist I have to say. And thanks to Billy, and also thanks to our fire chief and department. I think you guys do a tremendous job. This has no indication of, I think, the quality of work that you all do. It just comes down to policy at the end of the day, and it's time for us to tighten the ship a little bit more. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Eisner.
I have just a couple of things I want to touch base on, because this is quite a in-depth presentation here. So there were comments that were, the additional certificate allowance pays have been afforded to qualified chiefs, executive staff as past practice established in the early 90s. My comment to that is it's a bad response and it's wrong. And I can go through a lot of these. I'll bore you to death, but some of my comments are wrong again. Yes, but there's no oversight. There were comments in defense that the conduct, other essential inspections such as final inspections on the following: fire alarms, sprinklers, hood inspections, building inspections, and rough-ins were the reason for the response, but that should be documented. So if it's not documented, it should not have been a payable item. So, wrong is wrong. And to try to change this or to accommodate it or to say this is the way it's always been, I can make a million analogies here that would be horrific. I told the fire chief, as much as I respect him and I appreciate the work he's done, I didn't like any of the responses I got. And I actually called the city manager and I told him I didn't like the responses I got. Nobody admitted that they did something wrong, and they did. I don't take any honor in sitting up here and berating anybody, but wrong is wrong. And when it's wrong, you have to step up to the plate and not point fingers at the person who unfortunately had to be the guilty party who uncovered this. It's wrong. My last page here, because I don't want to go through all of this, is one of the responses was goals and objectives for the department. That was the reason that this was given. But where does it say that? It doesn't say that in the contract. So when you just put out a word that sounds good on paper, but isn't what you've negotiated, it's of no value. I don't know. It was so preposterous to hear these accusations and the responses. I have no defense for them. I personally can't move forward, as Commissioner Carr said. All of this is a direct relation to the city manager. The buck stops on his desk. It's not his fault. It's not the chief's fault. This is how it's always been done. And I'm sure if this audit is done in all different areas of the city, we're going to get situations like this. And my comment when I spoke with the city manager was, it was an oversight. I left it out of the contract. Do you know how bad that is to say? You can't leave something out of a contract. If you don't have the ability to write a contract, have an attorney read it and make sure that everything's in that contract. So there was, comments made in here. Like I said, I highlighted them all. I could sit and read them all. Not one of them, I spoke with the chief. He explained to me, and I did agree with him, that there was COVID-related issues that went on. But my comment to him was, you should have documented, so-and-so couldn't make those inspections because they were dealing with COVID. And I would say, that's golden. That's great. I would agree with you. But when you give me no reason for it, and there's no documentation to back it up, and you're only making reasons for it once you're caught, if you want to use that word, that's not good. That's not when you have to make these things prior to an audit so that everybody, I'll go back to my line, optics, optics, optics. Because nobody in this room liked hearing what we just were presented. And I'm not looking to throw anybody under the bus. But I read this through and through. And, there was a comment in here that if this wasn't prevalent, we couldn't get qualified people to do the executive position. And I thought, again, are you kidding me? Who makes a comment like that? I'm here making $8,000 a year, but I mean, I think I'm worth more. Do I steal it to make more? I mean, that was the comment that I'm trying to relate to, and it's not a good comment. So you have to be careful with the comments that are made. And I don't mean anybody stole anything. I just think that you can't make comments like after the fact. Things have to be on the up and up. I do think I put all the blame on the city manager because the buck has to stop by him. So that's my take on this. I mean, I could write a report on it. It's a horrible report. It's not good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eisner. Commissioner Kuya.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank our internal auditor, Mr. Boulos. It's not easy to come up here and give reports that may unsettle some people, but he was voted in by the people of Tarpon Springs. Each and every one of you made a decision that you wanted an internal auditor. And it took a long time for us to finally get one through the charter revision and going back and forth. So this board is very thankful to have you. I did want to mention, you talked about how you believe the funds are coming from the same account. Can you explain a little bit, as they were thought of it was separated, but they were coming from the same account?
Yes, but it's a hard cap, $12,000 maximum or ceiling, if you will, in the union contract. So you can't cumulatively, you can't spend more than $12,000 on pay, the pay additives. And what they do is, if you look at their internal spreadsheet, they separate it out. One tab will say executive staff, the other one will say, IAFF employees. So when you look at them, one says like, the union employees, basically, it's, $8,000 and change or something. And then the executive employees, the totals, 5,000 and change. So when you look at them, if you just look at them quick, you'd say, yeah, they're under the $12,000 cap. But then when you really start looking, you say, wait a minute, it's coming from the same pile of money. There's no separate account. It's all coming from the same account. So they're in essence not in compliance with the union contract. It's just another reason why they're not in compliance with it.
I thought the tone was the tone. It's what it needed to be. And we've heard the word tradition. I'm going to use a different word. I'm going to call it culture. It's been a culture in our departments, and slowly that culture is shifting. You just got to give the board time. And I would ask if this culture is happening in any other department, that it be corrected right away, whether it be through the pay additives. From what my understanding is, some of the pay additives for the executive staff or our chief were last filled out in 2008, or I would ask that when a pay additive stops and it has to be given out again, a form needs to be filled out again. The pay additive forms don't take a long time to fill out. If they have to be done monthly or quarterly or annually, I believe we need to do it in all departments. And we're not going back. We're not going to try to recoup funds. We're just going to move forward and transition this culture a little bit in the future. But any external auditor would have just came in here, done a couple simple checks and balances and called it a day. That way they can get the contract again the following year. So thank you for the report. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Poulos. You're doing exactly what we brought you on board to do. So I want to congratulate you on that. And it's a revelation, and we haven't had a good internal auditor for 24 years since Mr. Katsira left. And this is the reason why I pressed on having an internal auditor. So, you know, I'm glad that you're proud of what you did. You should be. So, and also I've made it clear to Chief Young, he and his fire department, I don't put any responsibility of the situation on them. I think I provided a memorandum. I wasn't convinced of where we were on this thing. And the best I could tell, it started in 2002. I don't know if you read the memorandum.
Oh, yeah.
There may be some evidence that it started earlier than that, but for me, it started with a reorganization in 2002. And there was a little bit of discussion on that. So I also, basically it is what it is. And I know the city manager's offered a couple of changes that he would like to do. I asked him if he would get with the city attorney and talk those over with regard to how to proceed in that. And I think he's going to do that. Also, there needs to be a compliance statement with you, from you, as far as whether whatever changes are brought forward, proposed, that would be, that it would comply in resolving the deficiencies as you've seen them.
Understand.
And so I think when we all ran for election this time, we ran on a platform of change. I think this is evidence of that, and it won't be the last audit that we'll see like this. And I think it's just a matter of I don't want to call it cleaning things up, but putting things in order. And I don't want to describe or say anything more than that. I just say that we all recognize where the issues are. And I think that we need to have our conversations with the staff, Mr. Poulos, the city manager, and then just move forward from here. I don't want to dwell on this. We've got an excellent fire department that is in top 95% in the country for public protection. So it's not an issue that they're not being paid, or that they're being paid and they're not doing the job. They are the best that there is. So I want to make sure that that's clear, and we should all be proud of them for that. So that's all I have to say. And if there are no other comments, I'd like to have roll call, please.
Mayor, I want to make an amendment, if I could, to the
Yes.
motion. I think it's important that it's tested with any additional controls that are put in place. I don't know what that testing would be or how long it's typically done. I would ask the city auditor if he has a recommendation to test it again at some point.
Oh, call it, because they pay him every month. So let's say 90 days
90 days.
to make sure. I'd go short. It doesn't matter to me, but I know they do it they're paid out every month to pay additives. So it wouldn't make sense to say 30 days. So I'd say at least 60 to 90. And I can come back to it with an interim report.
Yeah, I mean, I would even be at 180 days to let some time go by and then give you a chance to work on what you're working on to test it at some point.
I invite any of the, obviously, you have the right to sit down and talk with Mr. Poulos about how things are going and what he sees as well. So in between that, so is there anything else?
So yeah, just I would ask that there would be a testing of the controls in place within 180 days that would be added to the motion.
We could do that, but we don't know what the solution is yet.
Right, we don't know what the solution is, but that's not for us to make. Like, that's for the internal auditor to make sure that whatever the solution is still completed and
That-
followed through with.
That's fine, just to move on this evening. I think the city manager is going to have to come back for approval on whatever is decided, along with a statement by Mr. Poulos that it complies. But let's go ahead and who made the motion?
I did, yeah.
You did?
Yep.
So you've amended that to reflect that, would the second reflect that as well? Who made the second on that motion?
That was Commissioner Eisner.
Okay. I'll make the second on that.
Roll call, please.
This is as amended. Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. All right. We're going to close this part of the meeting and go to the ordinances and resolutions. And I miscalculated the intensity of this last item. We should have started on that at 7:30. So I want to apologize to everybody that's been patiently waiting for this. So And what I'd like to do is get number 11 out of the way and then take a 5-minute break and then pick up these others. So Mr. Trask, if you could read the ordinance 2022-07 by title, please.
Yes, Mayor, this is ordinance 2022-07, an ordinance of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending section 8-12 of the Code of Ordinances by adding the definition of administrator, advertising, agreement, applicable law, biomedical waste, bulky waste, and contractor thereto. Amending section 8-16B2B to provide that tied bundles, garbage bags, or cans of yard waste should not exceed 75 pounds. Amending section 8-18 to provide for collection fee increases as of March 31 of each year. To provide for the change in rates for fuel and oil be calculated from December of the preceding year to December of the current year. To provide that a single CPI adjustment to rate shall not exceed 3%, and there shall be no catch-up adjustment to rates for future years. To provide for solid waste collection, recycling and yard waste collection, dumpster, compactor, and roll-off charges. To replace the term roll-off compaction containers with roll-off compactor containers. To delete the tipping fee charged by Pinellas County. To delete charges for receiver container rentals when customers own compactor. To delete the 10-yard pole charge for roll-off containers. To add a charge for commercial account totes and delete charges for multifamily and commercial customers served by totes. To provide for a $1,300 deposit for roll-off containers. Amending section 8-21 to provide that debris and trash from ordinary trimming, care, and upkeep of yards be placed in bags or lightweight containers not to exceed 75 pounds, and providing for the effect of this ordinance. That was the my second and final reading of ordinance 2022-07 by title only. It was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on April 27th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Mr. LaCourse, if I may go to Ms. Lewis and see if she's got anything
Yes.
that she'd like to
Yes, Ms.
offer.
Lewis.
Thank you.
Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. Basically, this is just to update the ordinance with the new agreement that we have in place. The changes are just reflective of the agreement signed by Waste Management and the city.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Are there any public comments from anyone here in attendance? I don't see anything. Mr. Jump, is there anybody on Zoom or telephone waiting to make a comment?
We do not have anyone attending via Zoom at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Jacobs, thank you.
No emails.
All right. Okay. Let's have a
Motion
motion.
to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry.
All righty. Public comments. Any public comments on this?
Commissioner comments?
I'm just glad we're keeping waste management. That's all. And thank you for your hard work. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been a long road, Ms. Lewis. Thank you for hanging in there. Thanks. All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:28.
Renee.
I'm sitting next to the current head.
The meeting at 8:31 PM. Next item is number 12, Resolution 2022-13. It's a quasi judicial procedure. And Mr. Trask, if I could ask you to read the, go through the instructions and swear everybody in that's here for this item.
Okay, I'll read the resolution by title first. Resolution number 2022-13, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 22-43, requesting conditional use approval to allow for alternative dimensional criteria within the RM residential multifamily zoning district for the purpose of developing a 6-unit multifamily development located at the northeast corner of East Boyer Street and South Gross Avenue, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. These are the quasi-judicial procedures we'll be using tonight. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At this quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. With that being said, anyone that's going to speak on this agenda item today, if you could stand up, I'm going to need to swear you under oath. Anyone that's going to speak? Anyone all that's going to speak? If you think you're going to speak, stand up and raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you in. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Vincent, if I may see Manager Force,
Yes.
Ms. Vincent, the applicant is here.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any new information that that we received from the applicant that was not provided to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone here that claims to be an affected party in this matter? Seeing none. Has any commissioner had any ex-party communications that they'd like to divulge? Okay. Okay. So, Ms. Vincent, I go to you for your staff report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is application 22-43. This application is a conditional use for specifically to address an alternative dimensional plan. So the use itself, I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview. The use itself of multifamily is a permitted use by right in this particular zoning district. So the applicant could come forward with a site plan for permitted use that meets all the dimensional criteria, and that would be a different, a different type of review. In this instance, in order to address the applicant's desires to do a more urban project, they're asking to utilize the conditional use review process specifically to address dimensional criteria. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of an overview. The property is located, this application and the next application are with the same applicant. They're very similar, so a lot of the conditions and everything will be very similar. So this particular project site is at the northeast corner of South Gross Avenue and Boyer Street. So this is the site here. It's vacant. As I said, the property is zoned residential multifamily, and the land use is residential medium at 15 units per acre. I already gave a little bit of an overview of this. So the proposed modifications through the conditional use process for the alternative dimensional would modify the required front yard, side yard, and rear yards. Height is not affected in this instance. This will be a one-story development. So this is the kind of the overview site plan. So The project contains 6 units, so 3 of them fronting on Gross and 3 fronting on Boyer. It takes its access for the parking off of the 12-foot, platted 12-foot alley. The application, as it's presented now, does observe all of the required visibility triangles. So you see those at the intersections, you have good visibility, as well as along with the with the alley, so the proposed retention. So I do want to state this will come back if the conditional use gets approved for the dimensionals. This will come back for site plan approval again. So you will see this again with more detail on the site plan. Looking at this, we color coded this so it was a little clearer. These kind of orange shaded areas, those are actually porches. And the darker orange are the sidewalk connections out to the main sidewalks. So there's dual entrances. So you have your entrances from the rear for each unit from the parking lot, but you also have this element of fronting on the street, which is very desirable. It also provides building articulation, so you're not getting a flat wall effect when when this is pulled to the street corners, to the street frontages, I should say. So the RM, the alternative district, alternative dimensional criteria are to accommodate unique residential projects or unusual or difficult project sites. So I wouldn't say this is unusual or difficult, but they are asking for a unique residential project. And this is really a project that you would see and these criteria dimensionals would be permitted in the special area plan in probably 95% of the districts. So they're wanting to do a more urban project. And this this project is actually adjacent to the special area plan. So the context is from staff's review of this is appropriate to apply this type of urban design for this project. So at the high level, these are the residential multifamily standards for yard requirements, 25 feet, 20, 20, and then a maximum height of 45. What's being proposed are a front yard setback of 4, a minimum side of 3.5, 3.6 almost, and a minimum of 3.33. So those will be minimums. As we go through the site plan process, those may get increased for a more setback, but they can't get any less than what's being proposed. And the height of the project is 17 feet. It is a single story project. And here's where those setbacks are how they're being measured. So your minimum along the Grove Street is 4 feet. But again, you have this building articulation. So it's not the entire frontage, and they will have to adhere to this from a concept site plan standpoint as it goes back. So they can't come back and have it be, blank, solid wall at 4 feet. They have to comport to this through the conceptual plans that you are seeing when it comes back for full site plan review. And this is just some more detail. This shows the layouts, the interior layouts of the units, how they, the access from the property as well as from the parking as well as from the front, and the conceptual landscaping plan. Again, the visibility triangles, and you do have large open space areas, along these street frontages that break up, so you don't have building frontage, through the entire project. And then this is just a cross section, really from the curb and to the property line. You've got 10 feet. The sidewalk is in there, and then you have your setback. And then what this is showing, this is really the building frontage, but then you also have the frontage of the porch. So this is tend to show that articulation a bit. So this is just a flat elevation. So these areas would be at the closest setback from the street. And then these are the porches. And again, they're functional porches, and they have entrances, and they have sidewalk connections out to the street. And as I stated, this particular project is adjacent to the special area plan. And were this being applied to it, these setbacks would be, they would be able to do this project without any special consideration. Just a little context. So this is the Tarpon Springs Housing Authority property. This is the subject property across the street. So these are multifamily. You also have one-story multifamily, kind of catty corner across Boyer. This is the two-story multifamily. This is a single-family house, moderate setback. This is probably a side yard setback issue. And then you have this commercial structure that fronts on Lemon. This is what we don't want. We don't want back of sidewalk and no building articulation at all. That's not what we want to encourage. So that's not what we're trying to achieve with this particular site plan. And just some additional view shots. So the conditional use criteria that we're required to review for this are conformance with the land development code. I'm not going to try to read through all of these, but does it conform with the land development code? Is the use appropriate to the property and compatible with the area? And again, keep in mind that we're looking at, you're looking at this in context of these dimensional setbacks. The use itself is permitted. It's whether or not the design is appropriate for the area is what we're evaluating. Is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? Would it adversely impact historical or environmental resources? Would it adversely affect adjoining property values? Would it adversely impact the city's ability to serve public facilities? And does it promote efficient and orderly development? So I'll go back a little bit. So in conformance with the land development code, we did look at this from the standpoint of the services that need to be provided, and functionally does it work? So obviously we're asking for the conditional use to not waive, but alter the dimensions, but in all other respects, it does comport with the land development code. Compatibility, this area it's a mixed use area. You have single family, you have multifamily, you have some two-story, you have some things that are closer to the street. So it's a very mixed use area. From that standpoint, we think it is compatible with the area. We don't see any issues in terms of consistency with the comprehensive plan, or an adverse impact to historical or environmental resources. Again, we don't think this will adversely affect adjoining property values. It is complementary to the area, and we have no issues with providing public facilities to the project. The one thing I do want to talk about, and I'll talk about this on the next one as well, the one criteria in terms of provision of waste management services needs a more in-depth look at this point. I think we do want to put an additional condition on this application as well as the next one that's basically states an acceptable waste management solution has to be provided that doesn't rely on alley access. We do not want to have to put trucks down the alley to pick up. And right now the solution is for toters. I think the solution is the thing that we want to nail down as we go through the site plan process and come back is what's the right place for those? How are they screened and things like that? So I would recommend that we address that during the site plan review process, but I don't see it as detrimental to going forward tonight. So the staff recommendation is to approve this based on the criteria that's in the staff report. We do recommend 2 conditions. The proposed setback shall be considered the minimum required and may be increased if necessary during the site plan process, meaning that the setback would get larger, it can't get smaller. So we're not increasing the nonconformity, we're making it, would move it only toward an increased setback for more yard. And then the second, buffering of the parking lot from adjacent properties shall be addressed during the site plan process. And then again, I would recommend a third condition that an acceptable waste management solution be, what the right word is, you must have an acceptable waste management solution that does not rely on use of the alleys for the service. This application and the following application both initially went to the Planning and Zoning Board for review. This one was, I think this is the one that was, hold on, let me check my notes. This was the application that was initially, they withdrew this one but based on the other actions on the other application, that application was initially denied. And since these were really running together, they opted to withdraw this application. They amended the existing, the first one, all that to respond to the board, the planning and zoning board's concerns. And so they modified the drawings. And we went back to the planning and zoning board with both of them, and both of them were recommended for approval based on the planning and zoning board comments. So they responded to their concerns. Initially, these were, had even smaller setbacks. So they pushed them back, they massaged, they moved some things around. So the planning and zoning board did recommend approval on the second go around for both of these applications. There was no public comment on this item at the planning and zoning board. And I know that was a little bit of a long presentation, but I was probably covering some stuff for the next one as well. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, let me go to Commissioner questions. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any questions for Ms. Vincent?
Yeah, if they don't use the alleyway for totes, where are they gonna put them?
Actually, believe it or not, the multifamily, the housing authority properties, they actually have individual trash cans that they bring out to the curb, just like we do for our homes. So we'll work with them on that
I
solution.
understand that you can bring them out to the curb, but I'm trying to figure out, because they have limited, like this little veranda or whatever you want to call it in front by the front door, where are they going to store these?
That's something that the applicant's going to have to address when we go through site plan review. They may be able to tweak the actual footprint of the buildings a little bit. They may be able to put them in the back for each unit, and then they get pulled out. So that's why I'm saying I think that needs to be a condition of approval. But I think we need to give them the chance to work with our waste management and find an acceptable solution on
Yeah, I
that.
understand. I haven't given
Yeah.
them much chance to respond. I just want to make sure that
Sure.
that's done. But thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee, just to reiterate, this is a conditional use because they don't meet the setbacks with their design, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's outside of the special area plan.
It is.
Okay. And then you stated it's not necessarily unique or special. You talked about two different criterias that needed to hit, right?
I think what you're hitting at is if this were what I'd stated, that if this were 1 block north in the special area plan, this layout would be permitted.
You stated, I can't find it right now, but, okay. So it's accommodate unique residential projects or unusual or difficult projects. So it's a difficult project, unique because they're trying to put more units on this piece of property that don't fit the setbacks, right?
It's unique in that it's simply, they're not adding any more units than they could normally do. It's where the units are located. They could have not done a 2-unit apartment building and put the parking in the front and, had frankly, in my opinion, a mediocre project. Initially, when they started working with us, they were trying to work with the regular, the RM zoning criteria. And as we talked with them, they expressed that, well, they really wanted to be able to do an urban design. And so in working with staff, we work with them to, okay, you have an opportunity, you can try a conditional use for the alternative dimensional plan to do the type of project that you want to do, and which we think is complementary to the area versus parking out in the front and, and keeping it at 1 story, which is, probably more compatible with the area. Yes, you've got the 2-story with the housing authorities. Those were built back in the 80s. Those are set back. So, if this was a 2-story product, I wouldn't want it pulled to the street. I would want it pushed back, a little more. I'd still want the parking in the rear. So these are just design issues.
Yeah, I understand that. Design issues with the amount of units put on the property. So if they didn't go as many as units, you wouldn't necessarily have those design issues.
You could incrementally chip away at, they could do smaller units too.
Right.
But you're not going to be able to do this design and have an urban, pull these to the street without relief, no matter how many units there are. And that's the product that they're trying to achieve. It's 6 apartments.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carr, is that it?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
I read through this. I have no real issues with this. And especially, I was really enthused to see that our planning and zoning, which I have great respect for, voted unanimously for it. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kulia?
I just want to state in a question where I had asked about setbacks, and Renee was able to explain to me that the development standards of the SMART code are intended to promote vibrant, walkable pedestrian environment. This is generally achieved through the smaller front setbacks, parking to the rear of the site and screen from view, and frequent pedestrian connections between the buildings and the public sidewalks. So understanding that code, I could see how the layout was given. And I'm happy to see that the setbacks can get closer to the road, but that should be pushed back more. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vincent, I assume all the trees are going to be gone off this lot. Is that correct?
I actually haven't, I'll have to defer to the applicant on that one. I haven't actually
Okay,
counted the trees that may be
I
coming off.
just,
We'll do it at
I-
site plan review. I'm sorry.
For our staff's purposes, if they are, there's appears to be 4 oak trees that are 9 to 10 inch caliber, which would be ideal for a tree spade. And
Understand.
would it be possible to pursue that with our tree spade effort?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And the conditional use, this isn't related to the conditional use in lieu of a land use amendment, is that right? It's a different. animal?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It is not a conditional use related to avoid a land use amendment. No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Could the applicant come forward, please? Do you have any cross-examination questions for Ms. Vincent and her staff report?
Well, actually, our engineer sick yesterday and couldn't make it tonight. So I really wasn't aware how the process works or what needs to be addressed, but I'll do the best I can to answer any questions I can. If there's anything that I couldn't, I'd ask that maybe we could defer it
Okay.
for when he's available.
Well, let me move on then. If you could state your name, please, and address.
Hossein Mustafa, and my home address,
Your address, please.
3633 Fiddler's Green Loop, Wesley Chapel.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming by what you're saying, you don't really have a report, an applicant report that you would like to make this evening. Is that correct?
I don't have anything like that on me, sir.
That's fine. Let's go with any commissioner comments or questions that you have for the applicant. Vice Mayor Lunt.
No, I think I'm satisfied at this time, as long as you're aware of the fact that I have some reservation about alley use and the fact that the alleyways on your plannings were not accurate to the plat. And so as long as those are amended by the final plan, I'll be satisfied.
I'd be happy to do that.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks for being here tonight. Are you the owner or just an agent, or who are you?
Owner.
Okay, all right, great. So what was the goal with these projects? Again, the design looks great. I think I've expressed some heartburn on some items to city staff. So what's the goal to get a certain amount of homes on the site, or is the goal just to have a nice project with, can you help me understand that?
Sure. I mean, the number of units is already permitted, but to have it in that urban setting was something that was appealing a little bit more to us than to have it designed the other way. So it was suggested that we pursue the alternative dimensional criteria.
Okay.
And that just allowed it to be more vibrant, I guess, on the street, sidewalk, cars in the backyard. So it would just appeal to us that way.
Was there any desire to go 2-story at all for you all?
It didn't really make a difference. It was just, this was really what appealed to us.
Okay.
And hopefully, it appeals to everybody. And if it isn't, then
I would hope that during the site plan design that you would find some areas of setback that weren't as close as they are. You've literally have going to every point of the property up against the edge, and I think there's a difference there. So would you take that in consideration for the site plan?
absolutely. And I think that's just a minimum. And hopefully we can go as far as back as we can make it work.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Carr, is that it?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
I'm fine.
I know you are, Commissioner. Eisner. Thank you. Thank Commissioner
And no
Kujat.
question.
Thank you. Sir, this project right here, it's 6 buildings. Is that 3 bedrooms, 2 baths I see, or
Yes.
what is the expected monthly rents for the units of this project?
Maybe around 14 to 1600, depending on how things are done.
Okay, and you're familiar that this area is on a census tract that would be considered as meeting the area medium income limitations to qualify for state and federal income subsidies for the affordable housing purposes?
I'm not so sure I understand.
Are you familiar with the area around it?
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Kujat. Specifically on that, is this going to be subsidized housing?
Meaning
In other words,
Pinellas housing?
seeking federal grants to supplement the rent that others would be able to pay? Or is this going to be arm's length? You pay the rent?
Potentially, housing applicants, of course. I don't see any problem with having applicants that require assistance. Section 8, is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if Commissioner Kujat asked, these are all 3-bedroom.
Correct.
And that's basically you feel comfortable with that market, all 3 bedrooms. Okay. And what's your time frame for this?
Less than 12 months, hopefully,
Okay.
from start to finish.
No, it's fine. Great. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination for the applicant?
No.
Okay. All right, let's go to public comments. Does anyone in the public have a comment on this project? Mr. Jump, anybody on Zoom or telephone?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs?
No emails.
Nothing on emails. Alrighty. Would either of you like to do a closing summary?
I think I'm good.
I believe I'm okay.
Okay, well, let's close the public hearing. And before we move to a motion, I'd like to remind the commission that Ms. Vincent asked for another condition to be placed on the 2 that she's listed in the staff report, which would be for waste management, for the applicant to work with waste management to come up with a solution as part of the site planning process for picking up waste. With that, I'd like to have a motion, please.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-13.
May I have the conditions added to that one I just listed in addition to those that Ms. Vincent had in the staff report?
In addition, the condition.
Okay, is that acceptable, Mr. Trask?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, so there are 3 conditions. The first one is the proposed setback shall be considered the minimum required and may be increased if necessary during the site plan process. Condition number 2 was buffering of the parking lot from adjacent properties shall be addressed during the site plan process. And the third condition that was added that I didn't write down, but it is that the applicant developer will work with our garbage company and come up with a workable solution for the placement of the totes or roll-offs or whatever they're called.
Is that your motion, Commissioner Eisner?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Are there any other,
Did we get a second?
I'm sorry. Do we need-
Second.
Second, okay. Are there any other comments before we vote? Go ahead, Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be clear. I do think the setbacks on 3 of the 4 boundaries is something that we should throw caution to. Do I think it's unique? I do think it's unique. Do I think it's a nice design? I do think it's a nice design. I appreciate that. But I do is it compatible to the neighborhood? There's multifamily across the street, single family across the street, 1-story and 2-story. But the struggle is a setback for me. And that's something I'm having definitely some heartburn with. with the project. Is it going to be beneficial to the area? 100%. Is it going to be an uplift to the community? 100%. But that is just a concern that I think we should take into consideration, especially with the current zoning in the neighborhood, and also that it's not in the special area plan, although it's close to it, it's right against it, but it's not in the area special area plan. So you have to remember that too. So just, I hope that we could take that in consideration. I hope the applicant really takes this seriously when you come back with the site plan, because I think it's an important part to respect the neighborhood. Although you've got a really cool design,
Thank you.
it's still respecting the neighborhood with the boundaries where the other houses are as well too. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other commissioner? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item 13. Mr. Trask, if you could read the ordinance by, is it resolution?
Resolution.
Yeah, resolution by title, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Resolution 2022-09 and resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 2207, requesting conditional use approval to allow for alternative dimensional criteria within the RM residential multifamily zoning district for the purpose of developing a 7-unit multifamily development located at the northwest corner of East Lime Street and South Gross Avenue, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of that resolution by title only. I'll read the quasi-judicial procedures for this hearing. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. And making a quasi-judicial hearing, or in a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances. And in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it, the board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. With that being said, I know that the applicant has already been sworn in. Are there any other individuals that, and city staff has been sworn in, any other individuals that think that they may want to discuss this application tonight? I'll need to swear you in. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Mayor, it's back to
All
you.
right, I can see that the applicant is here, seen present. Ms. Vincent, any new information that was received from the applicant concerning this matter that the Planning and Zoning Board did not see?
No, sir.
Is there anyone here that's an affected party, claims to be an affected party? Does any commissioner have any ex-party communications that they'd like to divulge? Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open the meeting. Ms. Vincent, if we could get your staff report, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-07, and I will go through this one a little more quickly than the last. They're very similar. The site location for this application is at the northwest corner of East Lime and South Gross. So the first application was at this site. This is the second application. And again, this is a request for conditional use for alternative dimensional plan to reduce the front, side, and rear yard setbacks. This is the site plan, very similar to the one that you saw for the last one. This is a little bit larger property, and it does support 7 units with the density, and that's what they are proposing. Again, now I do want to call attention. This site plan was developed based on a survey that actually identified this as a 15-foot alley, and this has been identified, and it actually is a 10-foot alley. So that's, and this was the location of where the toters potentially were going to be located for waste management services. When we identified that this was a 10-foot alley, we did go back and discuss this again with Tom Funchen as well as the fire marshal. And the fire marshal is, he has no issues with this, even with a 10-foot alley. The primary consideration for him is that he can access every unit from an emergency standpoint from the front. So they have the front doors, they have the sidewalk connections. So, 90% of the calls are medical as opposed to fire. He had talked with him yesterday. He has no issues with this being a 10-foot alley in this particular layout. So we do want to preserve the waste management issue as a condition on this one as well. But at this point, we're comfortable moving this forward based on the conversations with the fire marshal and with Mr. Funchen. So in this particular instance, the minimums for the front would be 4, the side 3.5, and the rear of 5. Again, these will be the minimums, and through the site plan process, we may be able to increase those setbacks. And just kind of showing you the setbacks again, front porches. So, the other thing to keep in mind is, the entire project is not at that minimums, so you have different, increased setbacks here. Obviously, nothing in this area with these adjacent properties. Again, the dimensional plan, the schematic cross-section, same elevations. And again, your neighborhood context. This is a little farther removed from the special area plan, but in context, again, we have 0 setback up here. Not what we want. We want something more. We want building articulation, and that just brings that to the table. And just some view shed shots of the area. So the property, this property does have a 7-unit cottage court adjacent to it, so a little different. Again, this is the subject property. There's the cottage court, 1-story multifamily, 2-story multifamily. It's a higher level shot, kind of in context with the rest of the area. Again, this particular site plan originally had a condition on it about the visibility triangles. We were worried about this area. When it went back to the Planning and Zoning Board, we were able to, and it actually increased that setback. So we have now confirmed that the visibility triangles on this are compliant, so we can remove that particular condition. It doesn't hurt to leave it in, but they have demonstrated compliance in this instance. So the conditional use review criteria are very substantially similar to the previous that I put into the public record. And the staff recommendation is recommend approval of resolution 2209. Again, I think we can strike condition number 3. The first 2 conditions are the same as the last application, and we would recommend adding the 3rd condition of a waste management solution as part of the site plan approval process. And again, Planning and Zoning Board did review this twice. On the second review, it came back and was unanimously approved. And with that, I will answer any questions you might have about this particular application.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have an observation more than a question. Not only do we need to add the condition that waste management doesn't have to access waste removal from that alleyway, but from the fire department, that alleyway has to be completely clear of any obstructions. No
Yes.
plants, no
Yes.
anything, just straight there. Otherwise, they won't be able to get a fire truck in there if they need to.
That's
Otherwise,
mentioned in the staff report. We didn't put it as a condition, but I have no issues with making that a condition.
All right, yes.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Renee, looking at the Lime Street side, the curbing is like non-existent and the house is being very close to the road. Is that something that curbing would be required to be installed to prevent like cars driving into the building at some point?
Are you, so you're looking at the site plan back here, so you're, whoops. So you're referring along.
Yeah, there are a couple of pictures that were provided. You could see that
Okay.
it's like an old school curb that's sunken into the ground, rounded off. Not that one, maybe one of the next ones. You can see, right there, that one right there on the right side.
Mhm.
So I don't, is that the applicant's responsibility?
They'll
put
have
in
to
the
put in
curb or-
sidewalks and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so again, the 3.5 feet to 4 feet from the back of the cottages, pretty tight for that area, I think. That's an area though that the planning and zoning board was comfortable with, obviously, since they approved it.
They did approve it. I will, if I can find so the cottages, the outline of the cottages are here. So there's a close point here, but primarily they're on the pond.
Okay, that's a dry pond.
Dry pond? His engineer's not here. I don't know if it's dry pond or if it's a wet pond. I know it's the retention solution.
I would imagine it would have to be
I
dry.
doubt it will be. I would doubt it would be a wet pond.
Okay, and then, but it's still screened. The parking needs to be screened from
Yes.
the neighbors still?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm usually a setback hound, I will call that. When you're building a project like this, the setbacks, you can't really, you have to try to get as many apartments in. So I'm not a stickler on this at all, and usually I am. When you're building private homes, is completely different than this. So as far as I'm concerned, this is no different than the other one. It was another, I believe, an unanimous approval as well. And I just wish them luck, and hopefully we could have, more people move into an economical way of living here in Tarpon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kulyar.
I have no comments.
The only thing is same thing with the trees. We're going to lose a 38-inch oak, but there's one 16-inch oak up at the corner of the retention pond. If we could have some consideration that from the arborist, I'm not sure whether it could be saved, but the same thing I would like, if possible, to, and it's in the form of a question, have our tree spade, relocate those.
Absolutely.
That's all I have. If the applicant can come forward, please. Do you have any rebuttal or cross-examination testimony from Ms. Vincent?
I do not.
Okay. And as far as the presentation, is there anything that you'd like to say in this matter?
I do not.
Okay. Are there any commission comments, Vice Mayor Carr? Lunt, sorry. Questions?
I think it's kind
Commissioner
of cool.
Carr.
Yeah, so from a concern of, so there's 7 units, 12 parking spots, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So any concerns about parking, visitor parking, street parking? I mean, do you do apartment complex? I don't know, like what your background is. So.
Well, I'm just in real estate and I trust the engineer to design it the best and most feasible way. And I'd like to see as much parking as possible available. Obviously, people have guests. So if there is a way to do it, I'd support it.
Okay.
Bad parking.
Yeah, that would just be my only concern. I know with being around other apartment complexes, that tends to be the limiting factor, is there's not enough parking typically. And you're going to push it out into street parking, which street parking is not bad. It slows traffic down, but at the same time, you want to make sure there's enough parking for a guest, especially if they're 3-bedroom apartments.
Yeah, I would think that we would try to find as much parking as possible.
Okay. And the setbacks, the same comment comes for this one as well. Too.
Absolutely. On that
Thanks.
Commissioner Eisner, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Kulyar, any questions of the applicant?
I would just ask to consider having some tenants with the subsidized housing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination of the applicant?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see. Does the applicant have any rebuttal testimony, anything that you've heard tonight from the commission that you would like to state that to the contrary of what you heard?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, Ms. Vincent, the applicant, do you have any summation?
No, sir.
Okay. Any
Public comment.
Pardon me?
Public.
Thank you. Public comments, please. Is there anybody that'd like to make a comment publicly that's here in attendance? Mr. Jump, are there any Zoom or telephone comments?
If anyone would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to close the public hearing. Before we make a motion, there's two additional conditions that were asked for. One was the keep the alley clear of any obstruction, completely clear of any obstruction, and the same one concerning waste management and the applicant working out a waste pickup as part of the site planning process. Let's see. May I have a motion to that effect and a second, please?
Motion to accept resolution 2022-09 with conditional uses added for alleyway maintenance and lack of use of waste management to remove solid waste.
Is there a second to that?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Trask, is that clear enough?
I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So condition number 3 is that the applicant has to work with waste management to obtain a solution relative to the garbage totes. And the fourth one was to keep the alley clear, whatever is required with regard to that. That's what we're talking about. Yes.
Be completely clear. Yeah.
Thank you. Completely clear. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other commission comments? None, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. We're going to go on to agenda item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're all done. Going to go on to item 14, application 22-19, Obvious Development Annexation. Right. This is by resolution, is that correct? Mr. Trask?
So we've got 3 ordinances tonight, and I just need direction from the commission. Do you want to hear the presentation all at once, or do you want to hear 3 separate presentations, one on annexation, one on the future land use map, and one on zoning? If possible, we could do them all at one time, and then we'll just do the ordinances one by one. We need a separate motion on each ordinance. Is that okay with you, Mayor, to do it that way?
Yes, it would, and I would like to do the land use amendment last, I guess, as far as the approval.
Okay, so let me go ahead and read the first ordinance by title only, and then do the quasi-judicial procedures, and then swear in anyone that's going to testify. So this is ordinance 2022-10, an ordinance of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, annexing 0.25 acres, more or less, of real property located at 1093 South Florida Avenue on the southeast corner of South Florida Avenue and Curlew Place, application 22-19, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2022-10 by title only. There will be a second reading on May 24th, 2022. And this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on March 30th, 2022 and April 6th, 2022. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. With that being said, anyone that wants to speak on this agenda item tonight, I need you to stand up and raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you under oath. Renee, you're already sworn in. Anyone else that wants to speak? Thank you. You swear that the testimony you're about to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, everyone. Mayor, it's back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Vincent, is the applicant or his or her representative here? this
Yes,
evening?
sir.
Okay. Was there any new information received from the applicant that was not available to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Nothing that's been added to the agenda backup.
Okay. I recognize commissioners ask
Yes.
questions and things. Okay. Is there anyone present that claims to be an affected party in this matter? Okay. Mr. Smarkus, if you could come forward and state your name and state your reason why.
Good evening. My name is Charles Samarkis. I'm together with my wife Annie. We live at 1110 South Florida Avenue. I am 2 houses to the south across the street from the property.
Okay, I'll accept you as an affected party, Mr. Samarkis. Is there anyone else? Okay. Is there any commissioners had any ex-party communications in this matter? Commissioner Carr.
I've talked with the applicant, and that's it. He just shared some concerns and wanted me to visit the site, and I stopped by and saw the site.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyar.
I spoke with the applicant, Mr. Abbas, and Annie Samarkis as well.
Okay. Should we get into the details of what those conversations were, Mr. Trask?
I think a little bit more information would be helpful. Any specific things that you spoke about?
Just why the project was a good idea and Mr. Abbas, why the project was a good idea and his reasoning behind the application, and as well as Ms. Samarkis, while she wasn't for the idea or wasn't for the project regarding it all, the annexation.
Okay, that's sufficient, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, I had a message exchange with the applicant where he asked if I wanted to meet to discuss. I declined.
Commissioner Ison.
Yes, I've had a discussion. I asked the applicant if he ever annexed before into Tarpon Springs, and he had said no. I had asked if he was up to date with the county, and he said yes. He shared the sequence of how that permit situation was. He also could, shared with me that he could move ahead with the build even if there's a denial here. He shared with me, different than what it says here. It wasn't a voluntary, it was a forced annex by the city. The city insisted that he annex. So that was another thing. And that he spoke of just wanting to be part of Tarpon Springs city limits and not be outside in the unincorporated. So those were the things that we spoke of, and I just listened.
Thank you. I also had a text Facebook message from Mr. Abbas where he requested that I meet with him, and I declined. And that was based on a conversation I had with Ms. Samarkis asking me if I would meet with her neighborhood, her neighbors and herself concerning this matter. I declined for that as well. So I just wanted to be fair. Also, I had a conversation with, which is not ex parte, but based on my experience, it's important to state it. I had a conversation with Mr. Koulianis, John Koulianis, who's a member of the P&Z board, on his observations concerning the hearing that took place with them. Now, let me just ask if the applicant or the affected party has any objection of any commissioner participating in the matter based on anything that they heard. Okay. Okay. Now, based on your ex parte communication, I want to ask each commissioner whether he believes he can listen to the testimony, review all documentary evidence, and act objectively, fairly, and impartiality in this matter. Do any of you feel that you can't? Okay.
No, I can. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it's fine. I understand. All right, Ms. Vincent.
Thank you. This is application 22-19, and as you know, this is for an annexation an action to annex the property and apply an appropriate land use and zoning designation as it annexes from unincorporated Pinellas County into the city of Tarpon Springs. So the property, this is the site. It's located at the southeast corner of, oh geez, I can't remember the street name. I'm sorry.
Curlew in Florida.
Curlew. Okay, it is Curlew. Okay, and Florida. Let me go back. So the surrounding properties, so the property to the north, this is incorporated city. This property is single family. It's and zoned R100 and has a residential low, which is 5 units per acre land use. Kind of catty corner. This is residential low as well at 5 units to the acre. The zoning here is 1 and 2 family residential. And then across this kind of canal area, this is residential urban, and these are condominiums. This is multifamily here. This area, all the remaining area of this little point down here, this is all unincorporated Pinellas County. So as we said, there are 3 actions. The first is annexation. The second is the future land use map amendment. The current designation in Pinellas County for the land use is residential suburban, and that is 2.5 units per acre. And we would apply the exact same designation inside of the city of Tarpon Springs, residential suburban at 2.5 units per acre. The zoning, the current zoning in Pinellas County is R3, which is a small lot, I'll say, single family residential zoning. So it has fairly reduced setbacks, and although the property is developed differently here, let me go back to the aerial photograph so you can see the properties. But this, I think it's in the staffing later on what the actual setbacks are. We suggested the R100 zoning designation application for this property because it's adjacent to R100 and because of the lot size. It's over 10,000 square feet. So we felt that it was most appropriate that it be land used with the R100 based on the lot size and the adjacency to the R100 across the street. So when you're considering annexation, you have some very specific criteria in the Land Development Code as well as Florida statutes. So whether the property in question would create a municipal or county enclave upon annexation, and whether it's the area is contiguous to the city's boundary and is reasonably compact, the impact of the property on public facilities, and the ability of the city to serve the property. And then this last one is whether the property in question is consistent with the city's future land use map series and interlocal planning agreement with Pinellas County, which most of that is actually defunct now, but we do adhere to it has to be an equal or less intensive land use and zoning. And the applicant has agreed to that. You have different, the review criteria for the future land use map amendment. Is it generally consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as the countywide plan? And then the rezoning, again, these are our standard rezoning review criteria. Our charge is to, place the appropriate zoning on the property as it's being annexed in. So I'm going to go back a little bit, because I know this seems like a short report. So whether the property would create a municipal or county enclave. So I'm going to go back to the aerial photograph. So the property is adjacent across Curlew Place to the city boundary there. The properties, all of these properties are actually, this property is already contiguous. This property is contiguous. All these properties already have contiguity to the city boundary. But by annexing this in, you're not creating an enclave, so there's no issues. It's reasonably compact. It's one site. So just looking at that particular review criteria, we find that it's compliant. Impact upon the property in question upon public facilities and ability to serve the property. So the property actually was, we have a separate section of the Land Development Code in our utilities section that says if you have to hook up to city utilities and you are adjacent to the city boundary, you must annex into the city of Tarpon Springs, or the city can refuse you service. That's a paraphrasing of what that ordinance says. So the applicant in this case is compelled to annex into the city of Tarpon Springs. I will defer to the city attorney, but it is considered a voluntary annexation. So these are the criteria that we do apply when we consider a voluntary annexation. I've already touched on the, and I do want to state, because I know this is just going to come out, so I'm just going to put it in the public record. There is nothing in our ordinances that talk about a timeline of when someone has to annex. So in this instance, the applicant chose to begin their build in Pinellas County and then annex into the city. Our code says they must annex to receive services. So there is no bright line there in the code. It is ambiguous, or it's just simply silent to it. So I know that's going to come up in discussion, but it wasn't part of our rationale. We're looking at the criteria. So the staff recommendation is approval of the annexation as presented. That's ordinance 22-10. We do recommend approval of ordinance 2022-08, amending the future land use map designation from the Pinellas County designation of residential suburban to the city of Tarpon Springs designation of residential suburban. So 2.5 units to the acre to 2.5 units to the acre. And amending the Pinellas County, amending the zoning from the Pinellas County designation of R3 to the city of Tarpon Springs designation of R100. So I'll just stop there. I'm sure, I'm sorry, I got to go to the Planning and Zoning Board. So Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this on April 18th. Ultimately, there were two different motions, both failed on a 2-2 vote. We had 4 members there. There was a lot of discussion. I think, I don't want to completely try to paraphrase, what the Planning and Zoning Board was thinking, but there was a lot of conversation again about kind of the timeline and when things were taking place. So ultimately, it was recommended, the motion failed on a 2-2 vote at the Planning and Zoning Board. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Let's go to Vice Mayor Lunt first.
Just for my edification, if this, I know you're going to speak over property, if this building were being considered for construction under the zoning that it's applying for, would it be approved as it is designed currently? Or would it need conditional use because of setbacks?
No, if the applicant were going to, if you're assuming the R100, if the R100 zoning district were assigned, and that's part of our conundrum, it's not assigned yet because there is not, but assuming it was, it would not be compliant with the required setbacks of the R100 zoning district. So a variance would probably be most likely be necessary.
Accurate.
Is that it?
No further.
Okay, Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. That wouldn't prohibit, based on the criteria, though, to annex the property into the city of Tarpon Springs.
In my opinion, no.
Okay, it's pretty clear cut, though. It's 3 different criterias. To meet all of them.
Correct.
If they meet the criteria, you vote yes, and we move on, right?
That is my recommendation, yes.
Okay. So the land use code required annexation, although it's called voluntary. So it's not necessarily timeline versus criteria. We vote on the criteria, not necessarily timeline. So you said the Planning and Zoning Board had to issue a timeline. That was why there's no votes.
If I have to, kind of capture, there was a lot of discussion, but I think that was certainly a piece of the board's consideration, and that they felt uncomfortable with a project that was being started in Pinellas County through their building department, and then halfway through the process annexing in, and there's a difference of there's a difference in setbacks. The Pinellas County designation of R3 actually has much reduced setbacks compared to the R100, but it's what is on, let me go back. It's what every property here has. So they're developing consistent with the setbacks that every other property, if there's assigned to every other property in their subdivision.
Okay, that makes sense. So since the applicant's in the process of building, if it's approved in the second reading, does that mean the permitting then changes over to the city of Tarpon Springs?
Yes, we've done this before. We have a process with Pinellas County whereby they transfer their approved building permits to the city. Our building official and our inspectors are very comfortable taking those plans, and picking up the inspections. There'll be some review fees and some inspection fees and things like that. So we're doing it gratis, obviously. But yes, and then they would also be required to pay any impact fees to the city that are required. So our general government services, police, fire, parks and rec, the library, those fees, they still have to pay to the city of Tarpon Springs.
Okay, what if they paid impact fees already to the county?
They paid the multimodal impact fees. That's the same for both. So, and it actually gets split between the city and the county. So they have paid that.
Okay. All right, thanks. I mean, this one's pretty clear, I think. So thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
Unless we have a interlocking annex agreement with Pinellas County, this can come up anywhere in Tarpon Springs, correct?
Yes, sir.
That adjoins us.
Yes.
So our job, and I just want to clarify again what Commissioner Carr said, we have to view the three criteria. It doesn't matter what the setback is, as long as the setbacks are approved according to the county, which it is.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not understanding why this isn't just plain cut and dry. Somebody builds something that's not in our area. They're building in the county according to the county rules and regulations, whether I like it or the board likes it or the residents like it, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the builder is building legally in the county and can continue to build legally in the county. And if we deny this annex, he's still going to build, and he's still going to build and just be a county property. It doesn't drag anybody else into it. It doesn't affect anybody. He has to follow all the rules and regulations of the county. The plus that I see is that if we take him into the annex as of now, and I'm just going to ask you this, the rest of his building falls under our scrutiny and our permit department instead of the county's, correct?
For compliance with the building permit, yes, sir.
Right. So the only thing that really has been outside our venue is his original structure, which is not going to change anyway.
Mr. Eisner, if you can make your statements in the form of a question.
Sure. I thought I was. but
Excuse me,
okay.
Commissioner Eisner.
Gotcha. So I'm just curious what you would, what should we be thinking about of the reasons other than the criteria?
I mean, really, you need to look at the criteria in making your decision. That is my recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Kuya.
Hey, Renee, the county has given approved building permits, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does this force annexation for the nearby neighborhood?
No, the only thing that would trigger an annexation, it would most likely be a case-by-case basis. If somebody in there, and those properties are on septic, I'll just be blunt. If they needed to come off of septic, then they're going to have to hook up to city sewer. And at that point, a decision is going to have to be made about whether or not they're going to be annexed in. So it is that area is on septic. If they're, the same rule that applies to this application, of if you're using city services, you must annex, would apply to those properties. But absent that, no, there's no, because they have become contiguous, that they have to annex, for no reason.
Okay, so the property closest to what will be the now contiguous property would have the option to be able to annex in.
Actually, all these properties right now even they individually, this property could annex, this property can add, you can't really see the property lines, but they all actually have contiguity to this property does. And you have to look at the plat, the way these lot lines go, but this lot actually also has contiguity across the canal. So all of them actually could be subject to annexation under that utility provision if that becomes an issue for them.
Okay, and will the annexation of this property have a negative impact on our future FEMA ratings?
No.
And why is that?
The Pinellas County, the only thing that would affect that would be if that we were building, below base flood elevation. And Pinellas County actually has an even more stringent floodplain management ordinance than we do. It's more strict than actual FEMA requirements. So his first finished floor elevations will be compliant and then some. So no, there would be no impact on our CRS rating.
Okay, so this property, whether it does or doesn't get annexed, and we'll have our sewer and water services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the case of any emergency, the Tarpon Springs Police Department or the Tarpon Springs Fire Rescue will be going out to that property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe we talked about in a email how page 12 of the backup material pretty much explains the legality of this annexation process from county to the city.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Vincent, you and I talked about this, and I want to confirm a couple of things with you. One, we are creating a non-conforming situation. Is that correct?
Yes, his house for setback purposes will be non-conforming upon annexation.
And I believe you told me that you and the applicant had a conversation concerning what would happen if there was a catastrophic damage to the home over 50%. Is that correct?
Correct. We've been very candid that, you're non-conforming. And so if you get blown off your foundation, you may have to try to seek variances to build back the way that their house is structured now, or you could rebuild in conformance with our code.
Now, let me ask you another situation. If the applicant, for example, the home is completed, it's annexed in, if the applicant came in and says, okay, I want to add a chimney and I need to add a 3 by 4 foot section to the side of the house and it's going to encroach further, would that be something that
Would be a board of adjustment.
that would be, but
Yes.
would that require for the entire structure to come into compliance or just for that?
They would have options at that point. I mean, typically what we would recommend, if you're going for a variance for something like you're increasing a degree of a nonconformity in that particular instance, and we know that the entire structure is nonconforming, we generally would recommend that they seek to go to the Board of Adjustments and go ahead and get variances to recognize those existing nonconformities.
Okay. And did you check with the staff, specifically with the building department concerning the any violations or code issues or anything like that? That
I reached out to a fellow employee at Pinellas County actually it's in their development review services, Gene Crossan, who the building department's part of that whole development review services. He ran a check in abundance of caution, and there's no violations. There's been no red tags or anything like that with Pinellas County.
okay. I also spoke to Mr. Smith concerning the sewer, but I won't get into that here. And you also said that there's nothing in our ordinance, annexation ordinance, that specifies when a property can be annexed in once it's hooked up to sewer. Is that correct?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. I don't think it's clear in the ordinance, and I don't know if the city attorney has it in front of them. It doesn't specify when you have to initiate the annexation. What it says is that you must annex prior to service being established. So, they may have utility connections, but at the point that, the water's turned on, so to speak, if I'm reading it correctly, they probably need to be annexed.
Okay. could this wait until a certificate of occupancy was issued from the county before it was annexed in?
I'll defer to the city attorney.
So the answer is yes. But that is a extreme caution on behalf of the developer. You could have a home and not necessarily have the services provided. So I think that it would be more appropriate to do it sooner than later. Okay.
The other thing is you mentioned that there's no requirement to change the zoning from an R3 to an R10. Is that correct?
So there is an option. Basically, if you don't assign a zoning district designation in the city of Tarpon, then the R3 zoning that is the Pinellas County zoning stays in place until an actual zoning ordinance is adopted. So that we haven't ever done that. Well, we've done it with a land use, but we've never done it with the zoning.
I think our conversation was in the context, and I want to just describe a predicate to that. Or preface what I'm going to ask was hypothetically, with the other homes coming in being R100, that may not, given the kind of mismatch, setbacks, everything, I think that somewhere along the line, I think you made a statement in your staff report that an RPD may be something that could be done. Is that correct?
If we were bringing in more than one house at a time, yes, it would probably be appropriate to look at that area as a whole and assign a planned development district that has its own specific setbacks, or simply just keep the R3. You could do a planned development and observe the R3 setbacks that Pinellas County has, and that would be consistent.
Now, if it was kept as an R3 after annexation, describing the case I did with the chimney and everything, and it didn't encroach into the setback based on the R3, would he need any kind of a conditional use for that? I'm sorry, an adjustment or a variance for that?
I mean, if it otherwise met the Pinellas County R3 zoning district, no.
Okay, and then if his home was demolished beyond 50%, he would be able to rebuild it the way it is, even though it's in the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. If the applicant, does the applicant have any cross-examination of Ms. Vincent? Okay. Mr. Abbas, if you'd like to come forward, it's your turn for presentation. If you'd like to make a presentation.
Sir, if you could step up to the microphone. We can't get you on camera and video. Anybody watching, we need to get you on the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Truss.
Yeah. So, sir, while you're walking up here, this is your opportunity to speak to the commission. If you could come right over here. Your name and your address, please.
Omar Abbas, 1004 Jamaica Way, Tarpon Springs. Okay, good evening. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss annexation of my real property from unincorporated Pinellas County to the city of Tarpon Springs. I'm hoping the only issues to be considered by this board are whether the annexation of my property conforms and complies with the code requirements set forth in the annexation provisions within the Code of Ordinances for the city of Tarpon Springs. I would like to remind the board that it was the city that not only requested that I annex my property, but also required it. And yet we are here today to vote or rule in favor of whether my property should be annexed. I think it is important to clarify that this is not truly a voluntary choice, but a cooperative one on my part. This government is requiring me to, per the code, annex because the property is contiguous with the city limits and will be using their utilities as a septic system was not an option due to the proximity of available sewer. I'm not seeking any variances or special exceptions, but just following the code as it currently exists. So again, unsure why this is a debate regarding approval. During this process, over the last couple of months, a few of the Coquina Beach homeowners or Pinellas County residents have come forward who are in opposition because they appear to be disgruntled by the fact that my home may be annexed into the city. I have learned from several of the other neighbors that their concerns stem from a fear that their property will also be required to become annexed. I was informed by the city that this is not accurate and will not occur, but again, that is not an issue for me today. Another issue that has been raised is whether my future home conforms with the city's specific building requirements. I'd like to say that this is not an issue for the board to consider, as it's not a factor or requirement within the annexation code. But I'd be happy to comment on some of those requirements and concerns and put this to rest for some of you guys. The construction of my new home is built according to the Florida Building Code, same requirements that apply to the city of Tarpon Springs. I've been issued a building permit from Pinellas County to construct the home and privacy wall, and assure you have passed every inspection to date, and I have the paperwork here to prove that tonight. The home has no building violations and strictly follows all building codes as required. I have an approved site plan, which includes 3 visibility triangles, an extensive drainage plan. I sent all the related documents to Planning and Zoning and Building Department to confirm, because if this annexation gets approved, the city's building department will be conducting all inspections moving forward. I have built and am currently building many other homes in the city of Tarpon Springs, so I'm well aware of their requirements and expectations, and assure you this home meets or exceeds those. I've never been part of an annexation process before. After contacting the city about connecting to the utilities, they notified me that the election was going on and I'd have to wait until March to apply for the annexation, and would have to wait until the final hearings in May. I was also told that beginning construction on the home under the county guidelines was a non-issue, as there are no requirements that need to be met that directly pertain to the annexation code. I continued as instructed, but I'm now being questioned about my motivation and timing of my application. I'm aware of the pushback from some of the residents, and I'm curious, however, as to whether the previous annexations that took place where they were under construction on Anclote Road and the car wash on Klosterman and Jerry Boulevard, if they had the same situation or similar concerns as mine. Those were approved, and similar to those, the real property is what's being annexed. I've done what the city has required me to do and follow the schedule they provided thus far, and have relied upon the city's representations that I must annex within the city of Tarpon. This annexation will have absolutely no effect, adverse or otherwise, on the residents of Coquina Beach. I suppose it's their prerogative to be excluded from the city and to pay their taxes to the county. However, I am happy to have the opportunity to be part of the city, which I love and reap so many benefits from. I've lived here since '85. I've owned multiple businesses here. I'm on the foundation board at Advent Health Hospital. My parents own business here 30 years. My sister owns a business here, and all my kids go to school here or have gone to school in the city. When I was told by the city I can annex, I was happy to comply. That is my motivation for those who still continue to question it. I'm prepared to further address any other concerns regarding the construction of my home, but will not respond to any personal attacks or of my character like the last meeting. I do not know or have worked in a professional capacity with any of those people who've made slanderous remarks about me, suggesting this annexation was plotted for some sort of benefit or monetary gain, some of which have recently been trespassing on my property and making false accusations to find a reason to stop this process. But since, on a positive note, on the last meeting, a lot of the other residents approached me, took the time to ask me questions about things, and once they were educated and properly informed, they had no objections and have actually welcomed us to the neighborhood. I hope this board keeps this a short meeting focused on only 3 requirements and rules accordingly. Sorry, so lengthy.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Does the commission have any questions of Vice Mayor Lund?
Actually, no, I don't think I did.
Okay. Commissioner Carr? Commissioner Eisner? Commissioner Kulia?
Yes, Mr. Abbas, I just wanted to clarify that the city did guide you through the process in applying for annexation when being requested to hook up for sewer and water, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further comments.
Okay. Mr. Abbas, I have a question for you. Is there an issue with you keeping the R3 zoning versus the R10?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Abbas?
No.
And Mr. Samarkis, I apologize. I should have asked you cross-examination of Ms. Vincent. Do you have anything for Mr. Abbas? Okay, thank you. Mr. Smarkus, it's your turn as an affected party.
Thank you again, Charles Samarkis. If you look where the site is, my house is a couple down. I don't know if you can, there's a couple of pools there, a little to the left, right below that one is where I live. I actually spoke with Omar and another neighbor last week. I do not oppose him getting into the city. I personally, it doesn't impact me one way or another, whether he's in the city or not. I raised two issues that I think most of our neighbors are concerned about. The first one is, and I think Commissioner Eisner addressed this because I wrote it down. He said, this does not drag anyone else into this. That is our concern. One of the concerns that I say are that Annie and I have. We love the city of Tarpon. You know, I go back even further. My grandfather was a sponge diver. My dad was a commissioner, and I've been a resident here. I was in this school doing a play and playing volleyball. I know Jeff, I know Irene, been around a long time. And I think the city is great. I think our neighborhood enjoys being next to the city, but being in the county for various reasons that I don't want to get into. But there's nothing against being annexed in the city or Omar being annexed in the city. As long as it doesn't impact coming through and no one's going to say, well, now we want everybody to hook up to the sewer and pay to come in. And as long as we're assured that doesn't happen, I don't think that anybody cares about that one way or another. The second issue, though, and I talked with Omar and he explained this and he actually showed that intersection is not good for us. We've had an accident there. I almost had an accident there 2 weeks ago where somebody was they were heading north where his house was or the site is. I was turning left from Curlew Place and they didn't see me because they went out into the intersection I was coming. I stopped, honked the horn, and they went through. I think one of my other neighbors' sons recently had an accident at that intersection as well. In fairness, he had trusses there that were probably blocking the road, but he did show me visibly where this fence is going to be or where his wall is going to be, and he said it's going to be within compliance. The visibility is a huge issue, though, because where the stop sign is, and I don't know, Jacob, if you stopped at the stop bar as opposed to when you were leaving the intersection, if you were there, but I don't think from there, when that wall goes up, I have some concerns about it, but as long as there's some level of, he said that he's going to pass these visibility tests, but that's a big concern. So that I know that the issues are, does he comply? And great that he complies with what it is. I don't know whether we address this now or later, but that's what I talked to him about. He assured me that he was complying with whatever visibility requirements were and that the fence height or the wall height was actually going to be less in the city limits and the county limits. And I think he said that he was going to comply with that. So I'm not opposed to this. The two issues that I raise are the visibility and how cars are able to view cars coming out of South Florida Avenue and how cars in South Florida Avenue view more cars on Curlew Place. And the issue of no other forced annexation, which I think has sort of been addressed. So as long as the visibility and those are addressed, I don't have any objections. And frankly, I don't think I have any standing to say whether he can go in the city or not, because I'm not in the city there. But you all will look at what he complies with and doesn't and rule on it. I just raise those issues because they're of concern to the neighborhood and to me as a resident on that road.
Thank you, Mr. Smarkus. If you want to stay up there, does any commissioner have a question for Mr. Smarkus, Vice Mayor Lunt?
No.
Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, thank you for your comment. So I just want to reiterate, so you understand, is my understanding that you understand that there's no requirement for anybody else in the neighborhood to be annexed into the city?
I do now.
Okay.
I want, but look, I'm a lawyer as well, you know, so somebody telling me in a conversation at the other side of my road and somebody saying it now on the record means a lot more to me that you're saying it now on the record than somebody's telling that to me on the side of the road. So I get verification of that. I'm fine with that. Yes, I do understand that, but I wanted verification of it.
Okay.
So that I'm not 5 years down the road and there's another house down there and someone says, I want to hook into the sewer, and the city says everybody's got to hook into the sewer. So as long, yes, I understand that, but I like the affirmation.
Okay. No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner?
I don't know if it's a question, but thank you for your concern. Since this has come about, I have spent some time there, And the two concerns I have is for people coming south on Florida and not stopping at the stop sign, which it just happens. And they come flying and they go down Curlew. The other issue, of course, is coming down Curlew towards Florida and them taking that turn on two wheels. And believe me, I understand wholeheartedly how scary it is. My only suggestion that I'd like to make to you.
In the form of a question.
In the form of a question.
Like Jeopardy? Is this like Jeopardy?
You didn't let me finish. Is, do you think it would be okay to stop at that stop sign coming out of your location and making sure, because that's the only place that I think an accident could happen is if somebody does come out of that location, because the other two are, it's like the Wild West.
Well, I think our neighborhood, we've lived there for so long. We know the dangers coming out of South Florida Avenue. Unfortunately, not everybody that comes out is a resident there always, because the other problem we have, we'd like a Howard Park sign that's more visible, because we get at least one person a day, and it's probably affecting Robert more than me, that wants to know where Howard Park is, because they make a left and they can't find it at the end of the road. The real danger, in my opinion, is cars that are coming from South Florida Avenue they're heading south. They don't stop. And as we're turning left, they're turning left and they hit us. I mean, I think everybody in our neighborhood stops.
Sure.
But the concern more is we have to be very diligent making a left or heading to the south, because cars heading to the south from Florida Avenue onto Curlew Place do not stop. And I don't know whether that's traffic or what we do. I mean, I've seen the police down there on Curlew Place at times for speeding, and I've seen them park there for stopping as well. So at times, so I think that's just a problem with that intersection. I don't have a great answer. I see this flashing stop signs at Mears. I don't know that'd be an answer. I don't know Omar wants flashing stop signs at his house over there, but that seems to have an impact to get people to stop on the new intersection of Mears, because I can see that a mile away. But that's really it.
Well, I feel for you also. I live on Riverside, and I tell you this, I'll make it into a question. I have a sign that says Fred Howard Park, and it's about that big, and people come down, and if I had a nickel for everybody that asked me where Fred Howard Park is when they hit the dead end.
Well, Omar's about to find that out when he finishes his house over here, because he's going to be the new traffic guide. It'll probably save me. So, and listen, we welcome the family. I don't think anybody in the neighborhood opposes having another family. We raised our children there. Annie was raised in that area as well. So I think these were really the main concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for your concerns.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Mr. Samarkis, you stated that your concerns about being forced into the city through annexation. Why don't you want to be annexed to the city?
I think there's a variety of reasons. Number one, I've been used to being in the county for so long, and I don't know that I want a whole new list of regulations and things that we are going to need to deal with to be in that. I don't know what complexities come from being in the city. I haven't analyzed the cost issues of being in the city. A while back, it seemed to be more expensive from where we were. But it's not for any, I couldn't weigh it and say this is terribly against it, but there's some issue about being forced, and I'll let my other neighbors speak, but those are my reasons.
Yes, sir. Do you think, I don't know the exact terminology, do you think like those bubble mirrors posted at one of those intersections may help with visibility or anything like that?
I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know how much those impacted or not, to be candid with it. Somebody that knows more about traffic. I know Robert's an engineer, one of my neighbors across the street. He may have some ideas. I don't have an idea. I just know it's a problem. It is a problem for all of us that live out there, because cars don't stop and they don't think that anybody lives on that area. You'd be surprised how many people don't know that there's a road that goes there. They always just make the left. They don't even know what's down there.
Thank you, Mr. Samarkis.
Mr. Samarkis, do you think this commission meeting tonight helped your neighbors decide whether they want to come into the city or not?
Well, I tell you what, I don't know how my wife sits through these meetings candidly, because I've been here. I missed a lot of a hockey game tonight for this.
I'm just joking, Mr. Samarkis. I do have a couple of questions. One, would you be satisfied with putting a condition that the visibility triangle be satisfied? That would, you saw some conversation about that.
I mean, look, the preference is, he said he's going to comply. I don't have a reason he wouldn't. If you all put conditions on it, you do it. I'm not mandating that. We want it, though, not to constrict our visibility coming out of the neighborhood. I don't know. I don't even know what the visibility condition is, to be honest with you. Just say, do it. It sounds great. I assume that he's going to have to comply with it, and he said he would. So I take him at his word for that.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, when you annex into the city, basically, we take you as is. So that would be a condition that.
Well, I would prefer that, and I don't think he would object to it.
Okay.
You might want to ask him, but certainly I would want, that's my issue with it. And other than
All right.
the annexation is the visibility,
Um,
whatever that regulation is that it's complied with.
Did you have a conversation with our, well, let me put it this way. If you had you had a conversation with our public services director at all concerning,
I don't know who that is. I have not. I don't know if Annie did, but I did not.
you do know that a requirement to being annexed in would be very similar to what Mr. Abbas is experiencing, that if he's provided water and sewer, then he would have to apply for annexation, I think would be the approach, that the correct approach.
I haven't researched it. This is out of paranoia and fear of being dragged into something that I didn't
Okay.
necessarily want to happen.
Okay.
But it's
All
not
right.
out of research and, delving into it. It's just, look, you have one going, does it start the rest? We talked to some neighbors, and I think that we're happy with the neighborhood the way it exists. It's not anything against the city or being in the city, but for the reasons I've said about just historically how we've lived and what we've done, and we kind of know what we're dealing with.
Okay, I'll just take your 2 points with what you made as far as the visibility and also.
And by the way, I don't speak for everybody in my neighborhood. I got my other neighbors up here that can talk, but when we've talked, those have been the issues that I've identified. And
All right.
shockingly, I'm not always in 100% agreement with my wife either, but I don't care personally whether he's in or out. I'm not opposing his annexation if she wants to. For you, those of you that are married, you might know this happens at time to time. You're not always
I
in
understand.
100% agreement all the time. But she raises good points. I'm not going to degrade the points. I just personally don't care whether he's in the city or not with these issues that I have raised.
Thank you.
Just
Mr.
a
Smart.
suggestion, I'd stop while I was
Well, I'm
ahead.
already, Mike,
All right.
trust me, I'm already in enough trouble. That's not going to be a problem.
Let's move on. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Samarkis?
I do not.
Mr. Abbas, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Samarkis? The questions concerning anything that he may have said?
Sir, you got to get over here to the microphone.
Microphone, please.
We're trying to create a record. If there's an appeal, you're going to want this.
What I wanted to do is clarify the wall. The permit for the wall needs to be in the front, and the front of the wall and the first 20 feet back has to be 3 feet according to the county. That's what I have permitted. That's what we're building. The city is actually 4 feet, so we're building it lower than what the city would be. We don't want it high. We want to build it as low as we can. Also, the footer for the wall is 4 foot. It's 48 inches wide. So the center of the wall is actually 2 feet off of the property line. So it actually is coming in further. So when you stand where the wall is going to be, even at my height, and you go to the stop sign or even further back, it has no effect on your view at any other stop sign in either direction. And I did submit the site plan to Renee and to Kevin that shows the visibility triangles, which is at the county, they take it very serious. So I had to have 3 of them. I had to have one from this stop sign, one from this stop sign, and one from my driveway as well.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas. All right, that's it. Thank you for both of you. Let's go to public comments. Is there anybody that would like to make a comment that's here to, yes, please.
Robert Clyburn. I live in 1111 South Florida Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I am in unincorporated Pinellas County. And I too am very concerned about the creep of annexation. It really scares me because, you know, if I move into your nice city, then my taxes go up and lots of restrictions because I'm an engineer. I've looked into what it takes to do things around the home. I mean, you can hardly, you know, unplug a fan without having to get a permit. So I'm not real keen on that. And I would like to keep it that way and not get moved into. Moving another property in does move the goalposts for contigularity, regardless of what anybody says, because it has to do with the dimensions. So I want you to be aware that moving it does change things as far as we're concerned. Another thing I want to point out is annexation of the dirt is what you're discussing right now. What you're doing right now is also a pathway. It validates a process for a builder to violate your regulations and yet do what he wants to in another regulations. So you're validating a process for builders to, you know, kind of skip over what you've written and just do as they please almost, you know, so they can pick and choose. So it's interesting. It's your deal to go that way. I'm just pointing it out. Also, I want to point out that intersection, I want to say, is truly dangerous. A few weeks ago, I was walking my dog. I stopped at the intersection. I counted 100 cars. None came from our section, did not come up from South Florida going north. They're all coming from the other two directions. Of 100, 3 cars came to a true stop. So 97% of the people going through here do not stop at stop signs. So something beyond a stop sign has got to be put in, or somebody needs to somehow tell people they need to stop and uphold this. So those are my 3 concerns of what's going on here.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other public comments? Yes, sir.
My name is Don Turek. We live at 1123 South Florida Avenue at the end of the street. A question I have though is the stop sign and the stop line, which is considerably back from the intersection as it currently exists, because there's always a vacant lot there. Is that under your, Jeff, is this under your jurisdiction, or is this the
Turek,
county that does this?
if I may interrupt, the
sorry.
process doesn't allow for questions from the
I'm
public.
wondering if this is a county issue to have this, maybe the stop line moved up and the stop sign maybe repositioned. Just recently, we saw something that's kind of humorous. Maybe a neighborhood put it up, but that stop sign coming south down Florida Avenue, we happen to see a sign in a neighborhood that under the stop sign it said "stop" means stop. And you know what? We still laugh about it, but it impacts us. It's something different than something you don't normally see, a stop sign, or you don't see that kind of wording. It will make you stop. And I'm sure that after these conversations that are coming up right now about that intersection, and we've got Chief Young here, I'm sure there's something gonna be done, and we better watch out, and everybody else better watch out, because now you're on notice. I mean, everybody is on notice, and he has a responsibility to do something there. And I'm sure he does. He does a great job. We appreciate it. I too, I've lived here for 30 years, and I can tell you that I'm perfectly happy. All of our neighbors are perfectly happy. We love Tarpon Springs. We don't want to have changes. We'd like things like they are. We don't like things being forced. We don't like forced vaccinations, maybe. Some of us do. I don't. Maybe don't forget to get your new one now. What I'm saying is being forced isn't very friendly. We're friendly. We're happy where we are, and we enjoy our lives, how they are now. We welcome Omar and his family. We've all met him. Seems great. We're happy that a vacant lot's being developed. We understand what he did. He did highest and best use on his property, as if I would do if I was developing it, knowing that the county didn't even plan a septic system. They said you have to tap onto the city water. I didn't know that. He told me that. And when I said that, he said, I even have it in writing, because he didn't know that he was being required. He was being forced to hook onto the city water. There wasn't an option. Although I'm sure I should say, I don't know positively, I can't identify it, that there are many other properties that are in the unincorporated county that are tapped onto the city sewers. Are each one of those a variance? I've come before this board when we built docks in this county many times for variances. The number one thing was, is this a self-imposed hardship? I saw people not get variances for a few feet because they wanted to expand something and it didn't meet the rules, the strict interpretation of the rules. If you guys want to take them in to the city, that's perfectly wonderful. I just don't understand why. And if it's a land grab of any sort, or if there's any financial reasons maybe for the city, whether it be, someone mentioned FEMA, you said, is this going to affect FEMA rules? Well, our properties all probably would affect your FEMA rating because we're all underwater. So we're a little concerned. Is that why we don't get grabbed? I don't know what the future plan is for the city. If it is to take in more properties, I don't know if there's a 5-year plan, a 20-year plan, or a 50-year plan. It's getting too crowded, in my opinion. Every inch, the other proposals we saw, every inch of the properties are being developed with as much on it as you can possibly put. It's not my choice. We like our little alcove here. We don't want any more encroachment. We're almost offended, even though the rules are the rules, that the street and our let's call it the creek or canal are not boundaries for a neighborhood. When historically, even states were planned by rivers and by other boundaries like that.
Mr. Turek, could you wrap up in about 10 seconds?
I'll wrap it up, and that's it. I could ramble on because I'm pretty emotional about this. I think I represent the views of most of our neighbors. Thank you.
Very much. Is there anyone else for public comment? See none. Mr. Jump, is there anybody on Zoom or telephone that would like to make a comment?
If anyone would like to comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you in. We do have raised hands. Let me allow the first one in. Sir, if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. I have been sworn.
So can you state that again, sir? You have taken the oath?
Yes, I was present during that portion.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my concerns about annexation, I will leave out of this particular conversation. I don't know all the details of it. But my other concern would be this gentleman presented that he has not asked for any variance or any special favor. And I just, since I serve on the Board of Adjustment, would like to make sure he understands that after making that statement, if he should need to come to the Board of Adjustment for a variance or special favor, that would be considered something that he created, self-created problem. So you need to be very clear with this board if you're going to be making some changes shortly after annexation. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabowski. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else?
Yes, sir. I'll allow the next person in. And sir, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Hello?
Yes, sir. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Mark, this is Peter Delakis at 514 Ashland Avenue. And this is great because I can be here and I can pull up the property appraiser records and take a look and see that basically you are creating an enclave. If you look just to the...
Hello, Mr. Delakis.
Yes.
I need to make sure that you were sworn in earlier. Were you sworn in earlier today on this application? If you weren't, I need you to raise your right hand. I need to swear you in now before you testify.
Well, I did hear you do it and I did raise my hand here, but I'll do it again. I do swear and affirm that everything I say will be of the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to
All right.
interrupt.
So I can begin no problem. So I can begin my 2 minutes at this point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. So again, if you look at the criteria, you're not supposed to create an enclave, but you are. Just to the east of this property, the Pinellas County records show it's Christopher and Diana Robinson. To the west is the Hearns. To the south is another county. This property is totally surrounded by county. You're only jumping across the road. And I know Renee gave an explanation that the development to the east, that those people south of this property could also themselves annex in because they're abutting this canal. But I think this is also flawed logic. This was used years ago for mile marker 25 when the Tsalikas came over and wanted to jump across the river to annex it from the county when the county didn't give him what he wanted. And I'm suspicious that some of the statements as to whether he has fully received all of the permissions is correct. From my understanding, there's potential for a pool, and the pool won't fit in under the county, but possibly under the city. And I didn't hear any questionings about any other additions coming into the plans that would be. And I also have an issue with people who start in the county and then they don't necessarily get everything they want, and then they come over to Tarpon. That's what happened out at Eastlake with the Pioneer Development. They only had one house per 2 acres. They came to Tarpon, they can get one house per 1 acre. So my concern is setting a pattern of continuing allowing people to start things in the county, and when they don't get what they want in the county, jumping over to the city. But I do think you have grounds to deny annexation because I believe you are creating an enclave. This is a property totally surrounded by unincorporated lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delakis. Anyone else, Mr. Jump?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Ms. Jacobs, any emails to be read into the record? No. Mr. Trask, on rebuttal to the public comments, is that just for the applicant? Or is
No,
that-
it's for the applicant, for the city, and any affected party. So Mr. Marcus would have an opportunity.
Okay. Let me just start with Ms. Vincent. Do you have any rebuttal testimony with anything that you heard from public comments?
No, I would just respectfully disagree. This property is contiguous under our statutes and can be annexed.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas, do you have anything that you'd like to offer? Mr. Samarkis? Okay. Is there a closing summation?
No, sir.
Okay. No. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Before we move to a motion on this matter, I'd like to ask the commission whether you have any comments and any additional conditions that you might want to add to the approval of this ordinance before we move to the actual motion and second. Vice Mayor Blunt. Commissioner Carr.
I mean, just a couple quick comments. All the criteria has been made. It's not an enclave. It's clear that the property across the street is literally in the city of Tarpon Springs, so they can annex. So I think the staff did a really good job with all the backup. Thanks.
Commissioner Heisen.
I agree with what I just heard.
Okay. Commissioner Kuyas.
I just wanted to state that this was a 2-2 vote at the Planning and Zoning Board. And I would ask that the Planning and Zoning Board, they try their hardest to create 5 people on the board to be able to make decisions in the future. That way there is no deadlock in a vote. Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of things. One, as far as the annexation of other properties with regard to this particular one, I did speak to Mr. Smith, and basically we're providing service, public service, just for this one home. It's very much questionable whether there's even any additional capacity for a second home. Mr. Abbas is going to have to provide a mini lift station on his property that he has to maintain in order to have sewer. Assume the water's already been provided to the other residents, so that's not going to require them to annex in, since that water is probably provided before the annex ordinance went in. So as far as I can tell you the history of South Florida Avenue, this particular subdivision, which it is Coquina Beach subdivision, is not on the books for a very, 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 very long time. of receiving sewer. So given that, there isn't any ability for the city to require you to annex in. So I want to put that at ease. My experience as city manager, I've always been very, very reluctant to annex a situation where it creates a non-conforming structure, property, whatever you want to call it. And I just don't like it. I know it may be okay with the applicant, but if the applicant doesn't live there forever, the other owner inherits the issue. And quite frankly, I think we've got an opportunity and the applicant said he didn't have an issue with it to go ahead and approve annexation, but with a condition that we keep it as R3 until some foreseeable action by the city that would require us to change it. That way, there's a couple of things. There would be any question that the applicant or anybody else that would be making allegations that he was gaming the system, because he's not gaining anything by annexing in. His zoning would be identical. He would be conforming. If he wishes to come in to get a permit for anything else, he would not have to go, unless, of course, whatever he wants to do would encroach into the setbacks of an R3, he would not have to get a variance on it. So I just think that's a safe way to do it. So rather than the staff's recommendation of an R10, I would.
R100.
R100.
Pardon me, R100, that's correct. R100, I'd like to suggest keeping it as an R3, which, by the way, is the same zoning as the rest of the neighborhood. And I do want to point out that it is a platted subdivision. This is Cogina Beach subdivision. I think there's 26 lots there, and this is just one of them. Although there may be less because this lot and the one next door is combined out of three, 2 lots out of 3. So that's all I would recommend.
Mayor, can I make a
With that,
motion?
yes, Commissioner Carr, you've got the light on. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, am I able to make a motion on the annexation? Sorry.
Pardon me?
My light was on earlier. Am I able to make a motion on the annexation?
You want to go ahead and make a motion on it? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, motion to approve annexation, I'm sorry, ordinance 2022-10 annexation.
Second.
Second.
You already got you.
Okay. Let's have commissioner comments on that. Anybody else have anything to say? This does not affect the zoning, is that correct, Mr. Trask?
This is only the ordinance on annexation at this point.
Okay, the zoning will come up later. Okay. No further comments by the commission. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Mr. Trask, I'll let you take it to the next step if you'd like.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and read ordinance 2022-08, an ordinance of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the future land use map for 0.25 acres more or less of real property located at 1093 South Florida Avenue on the southeast corner of South Florida Avenue and Curlew Place from Pinellas County Land Use Designation RS Residential Suburban to City of Tarpon Springs Land Use Designation RS Residential Suburban, application number 22-19, providing for findings and providing an effective date. That was a reading of ordinance 2022-08 by title only. There will be a second reading on May 24th, 2022, and this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only with a map on March 30th, 2022, and on April 6th, 2022.
As far as guidance on how to proceed on this one.
So it'd just be a motion to approve. You already heard staff recommendation, and you've heard from the applicant and the affected party.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve ordinance 2022-08.
I'll second.
Second. Any commissioner comments?
Quick question. Didn't you want to do this one last or?
No, that's
sorry.
okay.
Okay.
The only reason this was not quasi judicial, but if the other one went the other way,
Okay.
this would probably be, you wouldn't want to do this one first because the other ones would have been denied.
Got it. Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you though for asking. No other comments. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
Yes.
Commissioner Carr.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay. The last one, Mr. Trask.
Yes, Mayor, this is ordinance 2022-09, an ordinance of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning atlas of the city of Tarpon Springs for 0.25 acres more or less of real property located at 1093 South Florida Avenue on the southeast corner of South Florida Avenue and Curlew Place, from Pinellas County zoning designation R3, single-family residential, to city of Tarpon Springs zoning designation R100, single-family residential. Application number 22-19, providing for findings and providing an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2022-09 by title only. There will be a second reading on May 24th, 2022, and this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on March 30th, 2022 and April 6th, 2022. So you just need to be a motion to approve.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Trask, if I could get clarification on if we wanted to retain the R3 zoning on this, how would we do that?
And you would vote down this ordinance.
And that would let it stay as
It
R3?
would remain as the county or zoning designation of R3 until the city takes action on it.
Is that clear to everybody?
No, it's not clear to me. Could you
If
repeat
you'd
that,
like to
please?
take that little step.
So right now, the zoning application is to change it from the county designation of R3 to the city zoning designation of R100. So the motion would be to approve the ordinance, as all ordinances are done in the affirmative. And then should you wish not to adopt it, you would vote it down. You would vote nay.
Yeah, I understand that.
So if you were going to vote in favor of it, it would establish the R100 zoning category for the city of Tarpon Springs.
And if you vote it down,
Then this ordinance would fail, and then it would remain in the county's R3 zoning, which is a little odd. I've never seen this done before.
Me too.
So
I have a question.
Mayor.
well, hang on a second. So we had a first and a second, and Vice Mayor Love, go ahead. Ask
Yeah,
your
so do we have an R3 category within Tarpon Springs?
No.
So the answer is this, if you don't adopt this, the R3 category is the county category.
I understand it's a county category, so
We don't have
let
an
me
R3.
rephrase the question then. So we've just annexed this property into our city, and what it's got is a county property designation. Can we cope with that? Is that allowable?
Am I allowed to answer?
I think you should as the planner of the city.
So, all right, we've done this before with land use. We haven't done it with zoning, but essentially, just like we crack open a zoning ordinance and look at ours for our applicable property, we have access to the Pinellas County zoning codes. You know, we can, if we needed to, this is very unique. It's one property. You know, we can effectively apply their zoning setbacks and regulations, just like we can apply ours. So from a management perspective, it's not terribly difficult to do, frankly. The thing we need to be cognizant of is that it gets properly reflected on our zoning maps for, you know, for history, that this property remains R3 Pinellas County, and we can do that.
Does
That's
that
not,
allow other people to designate themselves or ask themselves to be R3?
no, this is a very unique situation. So, you know, we typically, when you annex in, you assign the closest comparable category or less intensive category to the
Yeah, I
city
understand that
city
part,
equivalent.
yeah.
So, but until such time that you actually apply that and adopt those ordinances, it remains under the Pinellas County regulations from a zoning standpoint. So it's not ideal, but it is definitely doable. I'll say that.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the reasoning, what you're talking about. So if there's a fire in the house, it destroys over 50% of the house, or there's a hurricane or tornado or missile falls, meteor or whatever, destroys half of the house, he won't be able to rebuild his house with the way it sits today. There's no grandfathering in, there's nothing along those lines. So if you keep the R3 designation, then the property owner still has his right. Technically, you're grandfathered in at that point to build in the same footprint that he's built on now. So I think that's the premise. Maybe that's my assumption where you're going.
No,
with
that's correct.
there. So I get it. I'm fine with supporting that. I think it's good for the property owners and future owners or whoever owns the property. So
Commissioner Eisner, you don't have the light on, but you have a question or comment?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
My two questions would be, who does the permitting on the rest of this house if we go R3?
It'll still be the city.
It'll still be the city. Where do the taxes for the property, is that a city property now?
Yes.
So give me the clarification of the difference. I understand the difference between 3 and 100, but what are the pros and cons of keeping it at 3 other than what I just heard? Is there anything else that?
I think it's really just a record keeping issue. I mean, zoning is zoning between the county and how it's administered and how it's administered in a municipality is not, we all pretty much work in the same arena. You're talking about a change of setbacks, the height. I will say this, the height in Pinellas County is probably 45 feet, not 35 feet. So that's a con. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. The setbacks are going to, would stay the same, but I'm 99.9% sure, and I can look it up, that the height is actually 40. He's not taking advantage of that,
Right,
but the height is 45 feet in Pinellas County. So let's say it gets blown off the foundation, or he sells the property and somebody wants to come in and add another story to it. That can have an adverse impact on surrounding properties as well. So because the height is 10 feet higher, so there is a difference of where height is measured, where it's measured from, and actually the actual height. So I do want to point that out for the record.
But for the fact that if the house gets a fire or whatnot, he would not be able to build back in the same area, that's a super negative. I mean.
Yes, agree.
Because I mean, his foundation, everything is set up to rebuild at that height of that structure. So that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, if it's destroyed more than 50%, then yes, that would be catastrophic.
Okay.
Unless he can get a variance from the Board of Adjustments here, but that's an unknown. So.
I know there was some discussion on putting in a pool. That would be an issue for the builder, because under Pinellas, he would not be able to, but under Tarpon, he would.
He can accomplish a pool. It just may not be as good a pool as he wants. So the setbacks are a little different in the county for how they review pools and how we review pools. So he would have to comply with the Pinellas County pool requirements.
Bring it back. These are comments. We need to bring it back.
Yeah,
We've opened up
okay,
the public
let's,
hearing. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I ask one more question? So this is an ordinance. There's 2 readings. There's a first reading, which is tonight, and there's a second reading. I would make a suggestion that we make an approval tonight and we do some more research with our staff before the second reading, because it could still be denied in the second reading. If I'm understanding that correctly, that's what I think that might be a safer approach. So we vet out any additional questions that we may have.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine with me. Commissioner Couillard, do you have anything?
I just wanted to bring up if the property's in R100, catastrophic disaster happens, 50% of the house gets knocked down. More than likely, there's going to be a lot of houses nearby with some type of catastrophic, so the ability to get a setback granted would be through the Board of Adjustments or back through our Planning and Zoning Board.
It'd generally be the Board of Adjustments, unless, like you said, there may be some larger issues that we're dealing with where we're looking at the whole area.
My thought process is if something happens over 50% of the house, it's happening to a lot of houses in Tarpon Springs. So
I think the point is, if it was an R3, you don't need to get a variance. You build it right back where it was versus the R100. But I don't have an issue with proceeding the way, approving it right now. And then maybe you can talk to the applicant a little more. And I'm not even, Mr. Abbas didn't have an objection, but I'll bring this up again at the second reading. So if there aren't any other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we've got a,
Keep the party going.
let's get down here. We've got item number 15. Mr. Trask, if you could read resolution 2022-12.
Yes, Mayor. This is resolution 2022-12, a resolution of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 2208, requesting site plan approval for Matthew Gilbert to construct the Take 5 Car Wash, an automated car wash building of 4,276 square feet of gross floor area, along with 3 payment kiosks on 1.38 acres, more or less, located at 41041 US Highway 19 North on the east side of US Highway 19 North between East Court Street and East Lemon Street in the Highway Business HB zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was reading of resolution 2022-12 by title only.
Mr. Trask, if you want to go through the swearing in procedures.
I'll read the rules real quick. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence of the hearing demonstrate the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. Anyone that's going to be speaking on this item tonight, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn under oath. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Vincent is the applicant here this evening. It's a gentleman standing there. Okay. Let me just get straight to the, does any commissioner had any ex parte communications concerning this matter?
No.
None reported. Okay. Ms. Vincent, if you can go ahead with your staff report, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-08. This is an application for a permitted use by right or a car wash for property on US 19 south of Tarpon Avenue. This is the project site. Previously, this was used as a car sales for car sales. So the proposed car wash, proposed use is as a car wash. I'm going to keep this very high level since this is a permitted use by right. It does meet the requirements of the land development code. They're actually removing, we get to the site plan. They will be removing two existing entrances on US 19. So access will come off of Lemon Street to the south. That's a two-way entrance circulation through the property. And there's a one-way out on, I can't remember that street name up there. Court, thank you. On Court Street. They're actually reducing the impervious surface area. They are providing for stormwater retention. This will come off of septic and onto city sewer. They have a substantial landscape plan. They are planting about, I think, 28 trees on the property. So in all respects, this is definitely an improvement from what has been there in the past. Again, this is compliant. We do have some conditions, but we don't see any issues with compliance with the land development code or the comprehensive plan or concurrency management. We do have the ability to provide services to the property. Something that usually does come up during discussion on these is the amount of water use. These actually have recirculating systems in them, so the water gets reused and recycled on site. So it actually is not actually a huge user of city potable water. Their estimates are 3,900 gallons a day. From a traffic perspective, the increase on this, for this use beyond what was there before is an increase of about 44 peak hour trips per day. So it's deemed a de minimis impact. And so no additional traffic studies were needed. The staff recommendation is approval of the site plan, subject to recommended conditions addressing extension of sewer service, the removal of the 2 access points off of 19. Regarding number 3, this will be changed. The applicant has indicated that they will intend to pay into the public art fund as opposed to doing an art project on site. We got confirmation of that last week. It's their choice, so we can probably remove condition number 3. Notification of active code enforcement case on the property. This is also close to being resolved per discussion with code enforcement. Then 5, 6, and 7 are just our standard conditions that we put on most site plans. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions. The Planning and Zoning Board did review this on April 18th and recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Commissioner comments, Vice Mayor Lunt.
I read through this.
Sorry, questions, Vice Mayor Lunt. Thank you.
No questions.
All righty. Commissioner Carr, do you have any questions?
Not for staff.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner?
Only statements.
That's to come.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes. Renee, the expected use of this project is equivalent to about 22 homes.
Yeah, if I did the math at a per person, not per household, but per person of 80 gallons per capita per day, running the math, it's about 22, 25 homes, give or take.
Okay, comes up to about 80 gallons per person per day. And the car wash is expected to produce 78 peak hour trips, 39 entering and 39 exiting.
Correct. That's what the traffic estimates indicate. Yes.
Okay, and the previous use was estimated to have 34 peak hour trips, 16 entering, 18 exiting.
Yes.
So we have a net increase of about 44 peak hour trips compared to the previous use.
Yes.
And anything below 50 new peak hour trips is not required to provide any additional traffic analysis or studies.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And from what we see in the diagram, all the cars will be entering, what road was it again?
Lemon Street.
They have to enter via I don't have this.
Lemon or?
Lemon Street, yeah.
Lemon, correct. They enter via Lemon. They can also exit via Lemon, but more than likely they'll exit through up to Court.
Okay, no further comments.
Ms. Vincent, are we going to see the site plan back on this in front of the commission?
No, this is the site plan. So the site plans they're in the full site plans are in the agenda backup. This is a site plan for permitted use.
There's no bathroom. Is that typical for this project?
I'm going to have to
I
defer
didn't
to
see
the
anything.
applicant on
I
that.
didn't see anything in the building or anything like that. Well, I'll ask the applicant.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got a frown on
if
his
it would have been
face, too.
required under the building code, they would have to
Okay.
provide it. So.
And and never mind, I think the other questions will be for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay.
Does the applicant have any cross-examination of Ms. Vincent's testimony? You come forward, state your name and address, please.
Jason Sheridan, agent for the applicant. Address is 5755 Rio Vista Drive, Clearwater, Florida.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said you'd be happy to answer questions?
Yes.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions? Vice Mayor Lunt?
Have you looked at any traffic analysis that says that maybe the exit on Court Street is going to put additional traffic up to, I think it's Japonica Avenue or Jasmine Avenue onto Tarpon Street.
No,
You just considered 19?
the exit on the Court Street's it's a bailout lane. So that's if, if something were to happen and you couldn't make it through the car wash, bailout lanes provided. So typically you would go through the car wash, then through the vacuum stalls, and then back out through Lemon. It's a two-way entrance exit.
No more questions.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, you're just gonna create more business for Queen's Pizza. What's gonna happen here? So I'm sure they're gonna be happy about it.
Run the pizza through the car wash.
Question I have. So there's an 8-foot buffer, landscape buffer around the property. There's a shrub, and I believe staff may have forwarded an email that I sent to you. So there's a shrub that's being used that might be a couple feet wide, right? And then you've got grass. So my question to you is, at minimum, would you be willing to add an additional layer? Because one of the struggles that we run into here within the city is that the shrubbery will end up dying off, and then it's cut down at the ground, and then you have lights going into the roadway at that point. And so this is my reason for the question is, would you be willing to put a second layer in using a native plant of some sort? You could make the choice of what plant you want to do. I made a couple suggestions of like a Kunti palm or a fire bush, which are both native, that doesn't require any water, as a second layer. And that's the reasoning behind it, is because there's just so many of those have died off.
Yeah, and I've seen that. This is the shrub's Sarissa shrub. So it's a fairly tall. It's about 3 feet tall, and it's pretty dense. It's similar to the shrubs at the adjacent CVS, the current property owner, or like in front of the Fairman Chevrolet along southbound US 19. I mean, I could talk to Shannon and see if
So the shrubs are fine. My question is the secondary buffer is what I'm talking about. So you have a 8-foot landscape buffer, and it's grass, and that's not really landscape.
There's trees.
Not in
There's,
the front.
trees in there as well.
Yeah, not in the front though. Along US 19.
Within the buffer.
Within the 8-foot
Within the 8
buffer.
feet,
Yeah. Yeah. So there's no trees within the buffer in 8 feet. So that's what I was getting at is, could the applicant add an additional layer there? As instead of one, have two.
We could look at that. I can talk to the owner about that. It's definitely an option, but with the shrub that we had provided, it wouldn't really, that would be dense enough where you wouldn't see it if it was behind it. You would almost have to put it in front of the right of way to be seen. So that wouldn't provide any additional screening on vehicular lights.
Okay. So it's a policy issue. Ultimately, our code needs to be updated, I think, in my opinion.
Okay.
So that's why I'm bringing it up here, because it's not in our code. But I'm just saying, as an additional screening, I think it'd be wise to do that. I mean, I would ask that we do a condition, at least minimum, along US 19 and Lemon Street. Court Street's not a big deal because you're going right into CVS.
Okay.
But it would be, at minimum, it would be US 19 and Lemon Street would be the area that I would look at.
So the east and west boundary, or east and southern boundary?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Other than that, I mean, I'm assuming in the design, I haven't seen a whole lot of these. So is this it's a chain, or is it a franchise for the Take 5?
It is.
car wash?
It is. We actually have throughout the state, there's 13 of them right now.
Okay. I've seen a lot of oil changes, but not the car wash ones. So.
Yeah, they're a couple of them are going to be co-brands, not Tarpon. I think there's an oil change to the north that they're doing.
Yeah. So is it like a one-time, like you pay for a one-time wash, or is it like a monthly subscription? You know?
I believe they're both.
Okay.
There are the monthly subscriptions, and there's definitely the one-time use.
And then, so I did see also that you had one exit and entrance coming off US 19 at one point. I'm assuming that was just discussion with staff that was asked.
It was suggested by staff and DOT.
Yeah, I think it was a good move. I mean, it's nice that we're eliminating the two entrances and exits that are on the property right now.
Commissioner Carr, let me interrupt a second. We're approaching the witching hour here at 10:55, 11 o'clock. I want to ask a couple of questions. One, can the last two items, which I think is the one concerning Mr. Trask with the reduction of fines and also the rules of procedure, can that be deferred to the next meeting?
You can, but it's going to be it could be a problem with the fullness and the time frame on the next meeting with a couple issues on there. So you may be picking your poison of going late tonight or going late the next meeting.
Excuse me,
Okay.
we do also have items number 10, 9 and 10 we haven't finished as well.
We have 9 and 10, code enforcement lien, and then
You are correct.
10, yes, of course. Well, can that one be deferred as well? Number 10?
Yeah, absolutely, Jim.
That should not be a problem, right?
No.
And what about your lien?
There's no time crunch on mine.
Okay.
If there was a closing or something set, that may be.
Well, let's
important.
go ahead and do the, let's go ahead. We've got to extend it anyway. So let's,
Make a motion to extend by 15 minutes, Mayor.
right, you want to make a motion, Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, motion to extend by 15 minets to 11:15.
Okay.
Yeah, 11:15.
Second.
Yeah, you don't know how much this pains me, by the way, so. All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Fatih.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner or Vice Mayor Lund. Okay, Commissioner Carr, go ahead, please.
I have no other comments at this time.
No more comments. Okay,
Questions? No more
I have no
questions.
more questions at this time.
thank you
I
for
have
keeping
no-
us honest, Mr. Trask.
I have
Mr.
no
Eisner, Commissioner
questions.
Eisner.
I just was not here and I wanted to clarify that I had no ex parte communication.
You had no ex parte.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Commissioner Kulyas, it is late.
Yes, sir. The way the diagram looks like, people can go and vacuum their cars without having to go through the car wash. Is that free?
I believe it's pay if you don't use the car wash. If you pay for the car wash, it is free after.
How are you going to determine before they go through the line if they can turn right into the vacuum area?
I'm assuming they have that worked out logistically
Okay.
within
Codes.
the different brands does.
But I didn't know if there was like a gate accessing it or, just basically don't want someone to come use your
Just the
property and then
vacuum
take off without.
or, yeah.
Are you looking into
No
the
further
future?
comments.
Okay. Is there going to be a bathroom?
Yeah, I heard that. These are the site plan reviews. So there are restrooms. They will
Okay.
be submitted in the voting permit package on the architectural plans.
Is this 24/7?
No,
What would be your hours?
I believe it's 7 to 7 or 7 to 7 or possibly 7 to 8.
7 in the morning till 7 or 8 o'clock at night? Okay, 7 days a week, pretty much.
Correct.
Okay. And these are self-pay aisles, right? Everything is self-pay.
There are employees.
There is attendance.
There will be on site at, I believe it's 3.
Okay. I was wondering about that because it looks like you've got some automated things, so there will be an attendant in case breakdowns. Okay.
Correct.
That's all the questions I have.
And I think they kind of usher you onto the tracks around the entrance, so you're squared up where it grabs your wheel and pulls you through the car wash. So yeah, there are 2 minimum and I think 3 during the peak hours.
Okay. Thank you. That's the applicants. Ms. Vincent, any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Okay. I think with that, Mr. Trask, unless I'm mistaken, it's getting late. We closed the public hearing on that. Is
No,
that
we need
correct?
to have public comment. We haven't received that yet.
No.
So we need public comment.
Right, that's what I was going to.
Yeah, okay. I thought you said you were going to close the public hearing.
Going to public comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
misspoke. Public comments. Mr. Jump. Anything on Zoom or,
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
And no emails.
All right. Okay. Now we can close the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
And let's go to any commissioner comments before we go to a motion on this.
I got a quick comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, I mean, this is a good to see. This is like an entirely impervious piece of land. So it goes from a car lot to having multiple areas with a pond and trees, and also eliminating 2 driveways going out in the US 19 in between 2 close roads. So this is a nice improvement to the area of 19 on the east side of 19. So I think it's something that we should be excited about.
Any other comments? No, I agree with that. I welcome to Tarpon Springs. Motion and a second, please.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-12, application 22-08.
Second.
No other comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Betty Curtis.
Yes. That was it. Okay, so let's go now to we go back up to the, pardon me?
16.
The rules of
Oh,
procedure.
that's right. Yeah, that is a resolution. Okay. Mr. Trask, would you like to read the rules of procedure by title, please? Resolution.
Mayor, you have 30 minutes down here or someone has.
Pardon me?
Someone put 30 minutes down as an estimated timeline. I know the meeting was scheduled until 11:15 that we went to. Do you feel comfortable moving on, or do we want to adjourn?
What have we got left on our schedule?
I don't have a whole lot to offer on the rules of procedure. We're going to have to deal with it next time anyway.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all
Let's knock it all out.
on.
He just wants to be observant, that's it.
Mr. Trask, go ahead and read the.
Thank
rules.
you, Mayor. Resolution 2022-18, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, adopting certain rules of procedure for the Board of Commissioners, repealing Resolution 2021-22, and all resolutions of conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was reading of Resolution 2022-18 by title only.
Thank you.
This document was put together from what we had listened to and heard from the commission. Obviously, we did a test tonight and it seems like everything worked with it. However, anything on that document can be changed by you, but as we see, most everything, Zoom sounds a lot better than it did but when we were doing it during COVID. So that's a good sign. So it's tested. It seemed to have worked tonight, and I guess it's just on the board if any of the things we did tonight or is in that document, if they want to change and adjust that, that's fully up to the commissions. We just try to do a model of everybody's conversation, and from what we've seen tonight, it works. So I'd leave it to if there's any changes that the consensus of the board wants to make. And again, this is a resolution, so you could change it in a month. You could change if things don't work out or you see you need to change something, they can be changed at any commission meeting.
Thank you. Any public comments? Mr. Jump, any public comments on Zoom or by telephone?
If anyone would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. We do have a raised hand, so I'll allow this person in. If you can please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs. Yes, this is a testament to see that this does work and it does allow us to put our input in. I did have a concern about on the agenda, Article 2 agenda, number 1, agenda preparation. There's a red section here, says matters placed on the agenda by the mayor or any commissioner must be related to the adoption or implementation of matters of policy. I don't recall a discussion about that coming up, but who's and what definition of policy defines what someone could bring up? because there could be many things that could be brought up that at some point could be related to policy or some things of others. So I was kind of curious about that. I didn't know if the attorney or somebody could elaborate on that. And I do appreciate the fact that you allow people to call in, and the way I see you set up the email system, I'm glad to see that. It looks like you have it defined. I haven't tried it yet, but there's one to the clerks, I guess, for the read to the records, and then the BOC at CTSFL. And the only thing I will reiterate is what I spoke about before, the radio station. This is a way to create public access. You could broadcast your meetings. And then also, as I mentioned, we can also have other types of shows on there, as well as on our TV channel, where we have more public access and access not only to commissioners, but to staff. We could have one like Paul could come in, people could, ask him questions. We tape it, we put that on. There's so many ways we can inform the public about what's going on in the city, and we're not utilizing our options. We've got media options between our TV and radio to broaden the scope of awareness and knowledge to our residents and also to the people outside of that. So I would only suggest that we look at that as some way of expanding how we in the city do our things. Yes, my time's up. God bless. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, Mr. Trump?
We have no other raised hands at this time.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs?
No emails.
Okay. We have a motion to approve, and then we can go into commission comments.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-18.
I'll second.
Okay. Commission comments, Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, just wanted to say that the clause there about policy is because we want to be a policy-making body, and we don't want to put unnecessary things on the agenda like change this light bulb or do this differently or whatever. We'd rather let the city and the city staff make those kind of recommendations while we focus on the overall direction of the city.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I do not agree with being able to donate time still. That was a discussion I think that I brought up last time. And then from emails, I agree that emails should be put in the record, but I don't agree that they should be read at each item. I think that's going to be an issue to the board that we're going to have to readdress. So with that, I can't support these, the rules with those two items. Again, that's just the additional time that's can be donated in person. I've just watched a lot of individuals take advantage of that. And I think you have 4 minutes, you should be able to speak what you want in 4 minutes. And then again, reading the emails into the record, that's going to end up being cumbersome, and it's going to end up, I think, coming back to surprise us maybe how many emails we have to read into the record for every single item. It's going to extend the meeting longer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
Well, I would like to have the extra 2 minutes in. Some of the people up on this board who needed those 2 minutes prior to being on the board. If it gets out of hand, we can always change it. But right now, we need to get the residents feeling like they can be heard. And that hasn't been felt for quite a number of years. So I am in on that 100%. But I also wanted to discuss this getting questions in on either one way or another. If somebody doesn't want to have a question posted or sent out to the other commissioners, that's fine. But I would like the other commissioners at least, not on simple things that is a gimme, but on things that I think we should all know about. If I'm asking a question, just like we sit up here and I'll listen to Vice Mayor Lunt, and he's going to ask a question, and I go, wow, that's a great idea. And I could capitalize off that. We lose that. And I don't want to lose that. I want to be able to have 5 thinking heads up here that can bring up items that we can all tee off of. So I'm happy to agree with what this is about, but I would like to tweak it a little bit.
And that's fine. I don't, obviously, that's something that you should do and work it out with the city manager and, if.
And I think we can. I think that's a good suggestion. Talk with everyone, and if they want to put into record, I think we can do that. I think I understand everybody's now, and when I converse with you and answer questions, then we can take care of that right then to include in the record. And I think
The
it'll be
only thing
easy.
is, I didn't want to, as Mr. Trask suggested, eliminate that one phrase that the city manager, take him out of the loop. I didn't want to put it in an automatic that everything came to us.
No, I don't either.
Yeah,
I
and
think
that's all I
that's
was
silly
saying.
to do,
Yeah.
you know?
I think if it's germane, just put it in the backup. You know, materials, of this questions asked, questions answered, further in.
Okay. All right. Was that it, Commissioner Eisner?
No, yeah.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Mayor, I think we need to extend the meeting.
11:15.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say that we're on the right track. I believe public comments at the beginning of the meeting, you can only donate from one individual to get a total of 6 minutes. So we've limited that to 6 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes. I'm all for Zoom participation. 2 minutes to be able to speak on a topic is more than enough. The email, if it was solely up to me, it would be 1 minute long to save time to get it into the record, but move forward. I appreciate there's no donation of minutes from those on Zoom to help save time. We're moving in a direction that's the public's being included throughout the whole process. I went and looked back at the strategic plan presentation, and just off the Facebook live streams, we had over 400. And whether they're watching it for 15 seconds or 30 seconds, it's no different from the count that you would get off the YouTube channel. So we're getting exposure, and that's what it's about. Regarding any questions in the future, I'm just going to refer back to the city manager in the bottom of my email. If it's available to share to the board without sunshine law violations, go ahead and share it, because a lot of the questions that I asked were preset that I'd asked city staff regarding certain items that we talked about. And that's probably the process I'm going to go about, but it's going to be difficult. Mondays, we see how the backups are and how they can be revised. And if you think there's certain questions to share, I would probably just put them in the bottom of that email to share them with others. But we're going in the right direction with rules and procedures, and happy to support this.
Okay. I don't have any comments. So other than that, we have a first and a second. So roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. We've got 1 minute left. I'd like to defer the other items, which I think was 9 and 10, to a future meeting. Do I have to do anything with that, Mr. Trask, or just let them?
You can just let it run. The meeting's over. We can't get to it, so.
All right. Any quick comments by anybody? Emergency type comments?
Just want to say Police Week starts tomorrow through the 17th. We'll be having our memorial service tomorrow night, 7 p.m.
Thank you for the comment. Okay. Meeting adjourned at 11:14.
Resolutions.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you get the sign?